Others' company, and Lord, just spending time enjoying a sport that we all love and cherish. Father God, we thank you for those who help make that possible, those who have fought for our freedoms in the military and armed forces, those who continue to defend us against those who would do us harm. And Lord, today we lift up each person who is here. First, Lord, that they would know you as their Lord and Savior, and that they would come to know your Son, Jesus Christ, and want to be made more and more like him each and every day. And God, then we would pray that you would allow us to enjoy this day to the fullest. It has been designed and made by you. And God, that we may relish and relax and reflect on that for a long time to come. God, keep our competitors safe, keep our officials safe as we do the work that you have called us to do here today. And then, God, I ask for travel mercies for each person who is gathered here, that you would return them to their home, to their families and friends, to their work and their careers and their life that is away from the racetrack. God, we lift up all of these things to you. We lift up this day to you, this opportunity to enjoy this day, and God, this opportunity to celebrate this day. Lord, we pray that the things that are accomplished on this strip will always be to bring you honor and glory. It is in your name that we say, amen. Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Foot brake action coming at you. Double entries at the head of the line. So these are your drivers that have purchased two opportunities in the same vehicle, more than likely, and they are at the head of the staging lane line. So we're looking for foot brake into the water, foot brake, round number one coming at you if you're tuned in with us at MotorManiaTV.com. This is day number 2 of the I-95 Championship Drag Race and Bracket Series at Richmond Dragway, and we are set and ready to roll. Last night's big winners included in the foot brake category, knocking down a $5,000 to win, was Michael Beard out of Columbus, Ohio, in car number 116. In top ET, taking 10 grand, there was 3 door cars and 1 dragster left. And Steve Witherow threaded the needle and took his dragster to the final round to take out a top $10,000 ET payout. In junior dragster, a hard-fought battle saw Chad Logan go to the final round, and Mr. Hollywood came out on top. So congratulations to your 3 winners here last night. They are also the drivers sitting on the bye run for first round of competition in the event. There is an odd number of cars in their respective category. So Michael Beard in the modified foot brake class is your big winner and on the bye for round number 1. So just a general rhetorical style question. If it's normally winner, winner, chicken dinner on a Saturday night, is it winner, winner, filet mignon on a 5 grander? Something like that. I think it was more or less Watch out, Wawa. What did you have for sale at 12:05 a.m.? Robbie Crenshaw did a great job here yesterday wheeling this 2005 Jaguar. He's double entered, took it out of first round on both entries. Dialed 920 on his first hit. Will take on Tony Matera. And that sharp 68 Camaro dialed 665. Red light start for Crenshaw, 28 red. Tony Matera hits it clean and green, 32 at the tree, headed for a 665, and in round number 1 will produce a 664 with a 1. A good run for Tony Matera. Robbie Crenshaw should be back in this round as a double entry. The Allen's Addiction 77 Camaro out of Manassas, Virginia will take on Jamie Holston and the 72 Chevelle. Holston was a big winner in this category back in June at Galat Motorsports Park on Sunday. Let's see if he has the Sunday flavor to repeat. Thatcher out in front, dialed 753. Holston with a big reaction time advantage and the W. He goes double 02 at the tree, pedals his way to a 648 on a 643 for the win. Well, heck, let's just get him out of the way early as Scott Macy and Chris Dixon have to duke it out round number 1. Scott Macy in the Randleman-based 67 Corvette, and Dixon out of Roxborough, the 67 Chevy 2 that could, a little tired car. Dixon's dialed a 698, Macy's dialed 659. Nearly identical at the tree, topside charge. Who's going to get the win? 661 on a 659. Scott Macy, 2 up, gets it as Dixon breaks out, taking the finish line. Left lane has Greg Haynes out of Suffolk, Virginia, the 1995 Beretta, dialed in at a cool 588. Roger Bridges out of Beaver Dam, the 68 Nova's, dialed 610 on this hit. Bridges with a big advantage at the tree. And he uses it to get the win on a double breakout. Bridges is 11. Haynes was 58. Bridges takes 005 under to get the victory. Tricia Clary in the 84 Camaro, she's dialed 707. Bobby Matera's dialed 577 in the Calvert Kettle Corn Opal. $779, 2 over, taking 028. A finish line will be Bobby Matera over Tricia Clary. Jerry Tarr, the 68 Chevelle's dialed 579 on this pass, takes on Adam Vanderslice in the 88 Mustang, dialed 646. Vanderslice deep staged up. Vanderslice taking 6th hour finish line, gets the victory, 6:47 on a 6:46. The Silver Mustang will be back for round 2. The Beefy Boys entry being driven by Daryl Holmes, dial 646. Chris Morin in a 68 Dodge, dial 596. Morin, your 2-time track champ, 2012 and 2013. Red light start for Holmes. Chris Morin, your winner, goes 593 with a 7 at 114 miles on his 596 prediction. Tim Betterton and Bobby York at the line right now. 622 the dial for Betterton and the Nova. 617 the dial for the Cuda. Betterton, your winner, 626 on a 622. Out of Lingham, Virginia is the 70 Maverick of Chris Weiser, taking on the Cuda of Seth Phillips. Phillips dialed 676. The Mavericks dialed 588. .588 dead on with a 2. Taking 9th hour finish line will be Chris Weiser. The next pair of cars of the Thornton Motorsports starting line will be Jeff Littlepage, the 68 Chevelle, and Jensen Robinson, 1968 Camaro. Robinson's dialed 773. He'll be out in front as Littlepage dials 548. Close at the tree, topside charge. Is it going to be the Chevelle? It is. 556 on a 548 dial-in. Sammy Jeter in the 75 Corvette, dial 628. Jackie Price coming up in the 78 Monza, for sale, asking $5,800 tower side of the drag strip. Red light start for Price. Sammy Jeter, your winner, goes dead on with a 1, 628 on a 628. We should have all of our modified foot breakers, all of our foot brake entries. You should be in the staging lanes. We are in the midst of round number 1 of the Sunday race action here at Richmond Dragway. $5,000 to win. Chris Brewington, 718, the dial-in. In the Monte Carlo. Nicole Talbert, the square-bodied S10, dialed 692. Talbert with an advantage at the tree of nearly 30 and uses that to turn on the wind light, taking a mere 001 of finish line. Nicole Talbert, 697 on a 692. The Driver's Pride 1970 Nova. That's Gerald Driver behind the wheel. Comes up against Tim Hawks. Hawks in the 72 Cougar out of Maryland. Cougar will be leaving first. These two drivers nearly identical at the starting line. Topside charge. Will it be the Cougar? No. 656 on a 655. The Nova gets it. It'll be Gerald Driver for the win. .676 is Josh Edwards dial in the S10 as Larry Miller predicts a 590. This is the Total Foot Care Rod Shop Chevelle. The Chevelle is your winner, 591 on a 590. Breaking out for the loss will be Josh Edwards. Eric Amon, the 72 Camaro dialed 605. John Watkins in the 67 Dart dialed 691. Amon 617, but he gets the win as Watkins goes red. Want to remind you that Robert Keene Photography is set up and has been taking pictures all weekend long. He has your photos available at the Red Outlaw trailer near the concession stand area, so stop on by and see Robert Keene Photography. He does have your pictures available from this weekend's event. Steve Alford out in front of Jonathan Edwards. Alford gets the win. He's 682 on a 676. I think it's Chris Rainey. Dials an 808. New arrival to the field today. Gene Crump dialed 675. Crump in the red. First gen Camaro. 1968 body style. Rainey, your winner. He's 806.0 on an 808, under by 02, but it doesn't matter as Crump had trouble with the tree. Out of Beaver Dam, Virginia, the 1981 Oldsmobile dialed 7 1/4 is being driven today by John Lattimore, taking on JT Taylor in the very, very quick, fastest in the class, 87 Camaro. Taylor, your 2014 track champion, also in a hunt, I understand, for this year. This particular pass, Taylor's dialed 518. .726 on a 725. Lattimore gets the win. John Dunn Jr. is dialed 595 behind the wheel of that 1972 Camaro. David Taylor brings the 69 Fairlane to the line, predicting a 672 this hit. Taylor out of Midlothian, Dunn out of Mechanicsville. Red light start for John Dunn Jr. David Taylor with the freebie in round number 1 goes a 678 at 100 miles an hour even. Richard Alford Jr. brings the Raleigh-based 75 Ronnie Roberts Racing Monza to the line. Jim Berry in the 80 Le Mans. Berry dialed 782. Jim Berry is red, but man, Richard Alford was ready. He's 000 and 622.6. A near perfect run. 000 at the tree and out by 3 thou. Richard Alford, your winner. We need any of our double-entered door cars in top ET. Any of our double-entered door cars in top ET to 1 and 2 at this time. Double entries, door cars, double-entered door cars in top ET. Double-entered door cars in top ET to lanes 1 and 2. Double-entered door cars in top ET to lanes 1 and 2. Buddy Mason brings up the G-Body 80 Malibu, dialed 612. Harold Villa in the H&K Motorsports 72 Love Truck, dialed 597. Harold with a Nesbitt Performance powered entry. Goes 598 on a 597, but the win 613 on a 612 will be Buddy Mason. He used his 13 green reaction time to get a margin of victory of 024. We need all double-entered door cars in top ET. Anyone that is double-entered in top ET in a door car, you should be in 1 and 2. Double-entered door cars, top ET to 1 and 2. Barry Eds, the 80 Malibu, takes on Travis Leake, the 1993 Mustang. Malibu dialed 662. The Malibu 007 at the tree. It's his race to win, and he does. 007, dead on with an 8, 15 pack. That'll be Barry Eds. Brew coming up in the Fox-bodied Mustang, dialed 708. Logan Martin, the 1971 Jags Maverick, dialed 678. Brew gets it 709 on the 708. Margin of victory between Brew and Logan Martin, 0-0-1. .652 is the dial-in for Dale Bruner. Renee Duval dialed 567 this time. Duval, your automatic winner. Bruner goes red. Duval dialed 67, produces of 68 with a 9. Ed Talbert dialed 765 in the S10 truck. It's Terry Rudker dialed 643 in the maroon Mustang. Talbert out front with a better reaction time. Can he hold off Rucker? Yes, he does. Dead on with an 8. 0:31 dead on 8. Sends a 65 dead on 6 to the re-entry window. Ed Talbert, your winner over Terry Rucker. Allen's Addiction back again. This is Alan Thatcher, dialed 752, and John Combs, dialed 643. Combs, 009, 2 over, taking 10th out finish line. John Combs will be your winner. I went and took a look at Michael Sam's car yesterday. This 2010 Camaro out of Norfolk, Virginia has a Pro Charger under the hood. Chris Dixon dialed 693, Sam's dialed 656. Dixon goes red. Michael Sam's your winner, 657 with a 9 on a 656. The 2010 Camaro will be back for round number 2. Bill Haskell in the Duster, dialed 791 out of Virginia Beach. Jeremy Holmes driving the Will Holmes Racing Trails In Transport 1994 stock Eliminator Camaro, dialed 665. Final call for anyone that is double entered in Top ET Door Car. Final call for anyone that is double entered in Top ET Door Car. Red light start for Haskell. Holmes, your automatic winner. He goes 675 with a 2. Final call, Top ET, double entered door cars. Final call, Top ET, double entered door cars. This is your final call to the lanes. Roger Bridges is 6:08 in this prediction. He's going to wait just a bit over 1.3 seconds for Brian Moody, who will be out in front in the 1994 Camaro. Moody dialed 742. Bridges able to pedal his way to a winning 617 with a 5 at 100 miles an hour. We should have all of our Top ET double entered door cars. Door cars that are double entered in Top ET should be in the lanes. Darrell Holmes is back in the Beefy Boys 67 Buick. Corey Cash, the 03 S10, dialed on 777s. Corey Cash red lights it away. Darrell Holmes, your winner, goes 646 dead on with a 1. We're going to go ahead and call the balance of our Top ET door cars. Now, anyone that is in Top ET driving a door car, you should be in the lanes for round number 1. Top ET door cars to the staging lanes. Top ET door cars. General call, Top ET door cars to the staging lanes. Tim Betterton, back up again, 623 the dial. He'll take on Carlton Thornton, 671 the prediction in the burnt orange and black Camaro. Copper, I guess, more coppery. Not so much burnt orange. Hello to all of our good friends at Motor Mania TV land. You're tuning in to a Sunday morning of breakfast of foot brake round number 1. This is Tim Betterton and Carlton Horton at the line. The Nova gets it 624 with a 5 on a 623 dial, taking 010 finish line. Thornton 673 with a 1 on a 671 for the losing effort. Devin Dudley, your runner-up from last night, dials a 643 on this hit. Cheyenne Hayes is dialed 691. Dudley pre-staged and patiently waiting. Hayes finding her spot in the groove. Hayes takes a bite at it, but it works out. Clean and green for Dudley and Hayes. Dudley out in front, pedaling his way to a 650 with a 5 and 100 miles an hour for the win. Hayes able to go 697, but it's not good enough on the 691 dial. The Camaro of Tony Matera back for more, dialed 664, will take on Kevin Pollard. Pollard 556. The dial in for the love truck on this pass. Wow, Matera 14, Pollard 13. Matera gets the win by 004. He's 666 on a 664 dial. Pollard 559 on a 556. All of our top ET cars, the door cars and top ET door, you should be in the lanes. Again, top ET door cars. Round number 1, you should be loaded in the lanes. Seth Phillips back again against Smokey Ellis. Ellis driving the 80, well, it wasn't his S10 yesterday, but today in a Mustang dialed 624. I was going to say 87 S10, but that's what he had trouble in yesterday. So this is Seth Phillips dialed 673, Smokey Ellis dialed 624. Ellis with a red light. Phillips, your winner, goes 674 and a 673 for the win. Jamie Holston and Robbie Crenshaw side by side right now. I'm going to be 646 on a 645. Holston, your winner. Crenshaw breaks out. Reminder to any of our double Devin Dudley's in need of his crew. Devin Dudley's in need of his crew at the shutdown area. Devin Dudley needs help in the shutdown area. So if you're a crew member for Devin Dudley, please swing by the shutdown area. He's on the return road. Again, Devin Dudley is in need of his crew in the return road. Red light start for Tim Hawks. Scott Macy, your winner. Macy on this pass goes 656 with a 2. Reminder from the tower, you need to help us maintain and take care of your X number. So if you are a double entry car, make sure that you run on 2 different numbers. You can't run on the same number per category. So if you come up twice and you're on the same number, you're hurting yourself and you're causing us an issue in the tower. So make sure that you are on 2 different numbers as assigned. So if you're car number 100, then your car number 100 and X, make sure you're taking care of your car numbers each and every time you come to the tree. Chris Morin and Bobby York right now at the line. Morin dialed 594. York and Nakuda dialed 620. Wow, 008 to a 007. Bobby York, 007, dead on with a 4 for an 11th out package. Chris Morin, 008, and cuts him loose. Bobby York, your winner. Wesley Roberts, bringing the 71 Camaro to the line, dialed 602. Bobby Matera, dialed 575. .574 with a 7 and a double breakout win, going to be Bobby Matera over Wesley Roberts. Steve Witherow coming to the line now, driving the 74 Vega. Went deep in the rounds in foot brake, went all the way to the final and won last night in Top ET. Witherow dialed 678 this time. Vanderslice looks for a 647. Witherow red in round number 1. Vanderslice, your winner, goes 645 with a 9 under by a whole number. But it doesn't matter, Vanderslice gets the nod. Logan Martin in the Mavericks dialed 680. That's the Jegs Biondo FTI Nitro Plate car. Nicole Talbert dialed 693 in the Woodbine, Maryland 1991 S10. Kind of cute watching the S10 bump in. You see the antenna wiggling. Antenna, just a stock antenna right there. Little things that you pay attention to. How about 14, 3 above, taking 6th out finish line. Nicole Talbert, your winner. We're carrying on with foot brake. We're still in round number 1 of foot brake. We have called all of our top ET door cars, one half of the field. You should be loaded with us in the lanes. We are finishing up round number 1 of foot brake, and we're going to go to top ET next. Round number 1 of foot brake is nearly complete. We're going to top ET door cars next. All of our top ET drivers, indoor cars, you should be in the lanes. Carlton Thornton's back on the second hit, dialed 669. Corey Cash red lights it away. Thornton goes 671 with a 9 for the win. On the bye run is Michael Beard out of Columbus, Ohio. This is the 1980 Plymouth Volare. Brought to you by Loose Rocker Promotions, Mosier Engineering, Mickey Thompson Tires, Wiseco Pistons, thanks to Vic Ellinger, and Staging Light Motorsports Graphics. Beard, your big winner last night, took home $5,000. Today's dialed to 55, and then round number 1 goes a little fast, 652.8 at 102. Well, that does it for round number 1 of foot brake. Coming up now, this is our top ET door cars. Top ET round number 1. We're beginning with door cars. And your first pair is Marty Dabney and Jeff Verdi. Verdi pre-staged, ready to go. He's dialed 585 in the Top Gun 1968 Firebird. Marty Dabney out of Troy, Virginia. This Vega is dialed 495. Verdi, a new arrival for today, but very familiar with the facility. Verdi on a single hit this morning was 001. Dabney red lights it away. Verdi, your winner, goes 586.0 and a 585. Dabney's 003 red and 1 over. Andy Plotzik dialed 6 3/4. He's running up against Larry Gilliam. The Fairmont dialed 555s and goes 001 at the tree, 1 up for the win. Taking 2,000 finish line will be Larry Gilliam, your winner in the Fairmont. David Sandridge and George Hoff coming to the line now. Dialed 777s will be Hoff in the 66 Fairlane. Dialed 588 is Sandridge. David Sandridge gets the win, will run it out. Hoff is red light. Sandridge out the back door, near perfect on the dial. Goes 587 with a 9 on a 588 prediction. David Sandridge, your winner. Dana Redgoins out of Red Springs, North Carolina, the 1972 Nova, dialed 632. Jason Overstreet out of Bedford, Virginia, the Loose Change. Loose Change dialed 609. Dead on 6 is not good enough, as Dead on 4 gets the win by 3 thousandths. Great job to Red Goins. Goins and Overstreet were nearly identical at the tree, both dead on. 1 dead on 4, 1 dead on 6. Red light stars for Daryl Moses in the Vega. Sean Carper in the Elm City-based 68 Camaro goes 593.3 for the win. Again, Sean Carpenter, your winner over Daryl Morris. The 55 truck of Andrew Plotzik takes on JT Johnson. JT in the 62 Nova. .536 and a 534 taking 3 thou finish line. JT Johnson in the 62 Nova will get the win. Matthew Edwards, 635 the dial. Tim Williams dialed 578. Williams in that good looking 55 Studebaker. Edwards and Williams side by side, topside charge. The wind's going to go to the left lane. 638.0 on a 635 dial-in. Kerry Curling dials 567. Joshua Best dialed 578. Best is 006 and 2 over, but Kerry Curling 15 green, dead on 8, gets the win by 7 thou. It will be Kerry Curling in the Duster. Derek Yates dialed 630, goes 005, 2 above for the win. Brian Pryor, dead on with a 4, was in the way. Derek Yates, your winner. The extended cab S10 out of Warrenton, Virginia has got Mike Coons dialed 472. Patrick Cassidy out in front dialed 682. Breaks out. Your winner is going to be Mike Coons, dead on with a 9 for the win. Cassidy took 0014 a finish line, broke out by 0014. Would have had to been a quadruple 0 finish line. The nod still would have gone to Mike Coons. Great run and good driving to both drivers. Mike Coons, your winner. David Taylor and Bobby Ely. Ely, your winner, dialed 588. Produces a winning 589 with a 2 at 112 miles an hour. All of our top ET door cars, you should be in the lanes. Grant in the Daytona dialed in at a 539. Duke in the 68 Camaro dialed 585. Watch this Camaro leave the starting line tower side of the drag strip. Chad Duke, 007 and 587 for the win. Grant had trouble at the tree, dead on 1, but there was an issue at the starting line. So Chad Duke, your winner. Wyatt Colbert dialed 580, 584 in his 67 Nova. I get so excited about his car, it causes me to stutter. Eric Bradby, 565, the prediction in the 87 Mustang. Bradby went deep in the rounds last night. The better reaction time helps Eric Bradby go 0-12 and 570 for the win at 114 miles an hour. Trey Dalton's dialed 567 in the slammed 69 Camaro. Chad Traylor in the S10 dialed a 604. Traylor out in front, going to get the win. 611 on a 604, able to pedal his way to 108 miles an hour and the victory. These two race each other all the time. They traveled all this way. Now side by side, round number one is going to be Eric Amon and Jeff Parrish. Eric Amon driving the Ronnie Roberts race in 1977 Nova. Jeff Parrish in the Pontiac Firebird out of Clayton, North Carolina, dialed 633. Amon the faster, the pair dialed 554. Parrish set on kill. He goes 2,000 red. Eric Amon 17 green and a 553 with a 6 for the victory. Again, Eric Amon, your winner. We need anyone that is double entered in a top ET dragster. Top ET dragsters that are double entered, we need you to the lanes right now. Top ET dragsters that are double entered for round number one, we need you to the lanes. Again, top ET, double entered dragsters, we need you to the lanes. Top ET, double entered dragsters to the lanes, please. .568 is Danny Matera for the win over Brian Siegworth. Ed Talbert and Mark Crump at the line right now. The 83 S10 dialed 766. Crump dialed 576 in that slammed 88 Mustang. .007 dead on 6. Give the win to Ed Talbert. Great job. David Tanner, Rodney Edwards. 699 the prediction for Tanner. Edwards 581 on the number, goes 581-0, coupled with a 12 reaction time for a 12-pack winning round. That is Rodney Edwards. Great job. Barrett McFadden in the S10 dialed 683. Shannon Edmonds dialed 661. McFadden 008 red. Edmonds 001 green and goes 657. Shannon getting the win. Jesse Lockhart dialed 643. Delton Harefield 561 in that cool looking 66 yellow Chevelle. I'm just partial to 66 Chevelles. It's just a thing. .644 and a 643. Lockhart your winner. 559. With a 9 breaking out Delton Harefield. Tyler Bell will be leaving first out 627 in his Mustang. Al Burkett, that good looking new 68 Camaro to him, dialed 565. Burkett, your winner, 566 and a 565, taking 023 a finish line. That'll be Al Burkett. Danny Bennett, the 1948 Anglia, is dialed 520. Phil Bullock in that beautiful Nashville, North Carolina-based 1966 Nova wagon, sitting on the 602. Bullock's 18, Bennett's 008. Bullock gets the win, taking fourth out of finish line. 604 and a 602 will be Phil Bullock, your winner. Jerry Akers dialed 545. Leon Wiggins dialed 641. Wiggins out of Norfolk, Virginia. He's tower side of the racetrack in the red Mustang. Akers red lights it away. Leon Wiggins on the freebie, dial to 41, runs it out, goes 40 with a 1 under by 009. Dink Holmes is dialed 586, comes up in the left lane. Ronnie Horvath, the blue Camaro, right side of the drag strip, 563 to dial in. Holmes out of Virginia, Horvath out of West Virginia. Horvath has 002. And gets the win, 564 and a 563. Dink Holmes is dead on 6, but he was 20 at the tree. Any of our top ET dragsters that are still in the pits, we need you to the stage lanes. All top ET dragsters for round number 1. Top ET dragsters for round number 1. How about this, folks? Marty Dabney is 006, dead on with a 1. Gerald Gammon is 000, dead on with an 8. So let me repeat, I'm going to break that down for you. Dabney, 006, dead on 1 for a 7 thousandths package. Gerald Gammon, trip zips, dead on 8 for an 8 thousandths package and is out. I almost feel obligated to give Gerald Gammon a parting gift. 579, dead on with a 3 is going to be Robert Braglin over Jeff Verdi. Jeff Verdi, 001 red. I think I just witnessed a 7 thou versus 8 thou package, and it's still reeling in my head. Goodness gracious. That's some tough drag racing. But welcome to Richmond Dragway. No time trial. Sunday morning, day number 2. You better have your stuff right. That's all I got to say. David Sandridge and Ronnie Jeter. That's impressive. Wow. Sandridge, 68 Camaro, dialed 588. Jeter in the 78 Corvette, dialed 593. That's pretty crazy right there. Sandridge going to get the win, 13 green at the tree and 2 over, 590 on a 588. David Sandridge getting the victory in the 68 Camaro. All of our top ET dragsters, you should be in the staging lanes. Top ET dragsters, we have called you to the lanes for round 1. We're in the middle of top ET, round number 1. This is our door car portion of the field. Thanks to MotorManiaTV.com for your live broadcast coverage and all the folks at home watching us here at Richmond Dragway. Jesse Betterton and Mike Shields. Betterton probably has the advantage and the win. No. Betterton was 003, Shields with 31. But Mike Shields gets the victory, 586 and a 584. Smokey Ellis, 619-0, dead on, 021 at the tree for the win as Keith Jones Sr. goes red. J.R. Sams dialed 628. Bruce Hairston dialed 606. .001, 607 on a 606 will allow Bruce Hairston to return for round number 2 in the Vega. Nathan Lilly out of Portsmouth, the 72 Nova is dialed in at 624. Ray Holmes in the 63 split-windowed Vets dialed 580. This is the J.W. Holmes entry. Lily out in front, 002 at the tree and getting the win, goes 626 on a 624, 2 above. The Nova will be back. Bill Haskell, 790 on the dial-in for the 71 Duster. Terry Rutger, dialed 643. Rutger entered in both top and bottom ball. Haskell, 44, Rucker, 22. Dead on with a 4, though, gives Haskell the win. Rucker breaks out, taking the finish line. Top ET Dragster has been called. So anyone in Top ET, you should be in the staging lanes, whether you're a door car or dragster. Top ET round number 1 call. Top ET round 1 call. George Hoff, Sean Carpenter. Wow, Hoff is 000 red. Carpenter, your winner, dialed 595. Goes a little too fast, 592 with a 7. But it doesn't matter. Carpenter gets the W. Kevin Pollard dialed 557 in his 72 Love truck as Kent Sessoms comes up in the 1990 Hosky, North Carolina-based Camaro, dialed 538. Pollard leaving off the bottom here in Top ET. .538 dead on with a 9, 005 at the tree. 14 pack will allow Kent Sessoms to advance to round number 2. Making our way into the other half of the field now. This would be our Top ET Dragsters. We're going to try to run them separate for the first 3 rounds competition. And we'll start mixing them together. So Top ET Dragsters coming out now. First dragsters of the day, we'll see Michael Cockrell dialed 479. Andy Lloyd dialed 487. .007 and a 482 will give the win to Cockrell. Andy Lloyd's 11 at the tree and 3 above. 2,000's a finish line. Advantage Michael Cockrell. Next you have Gabe Taylor, the 2009 American Dragster. Dalton Pearsall out of LaGrange in the Total Look entry. Taylor's 481, Pearsall 484. Pearsall red lights it away. Gabe Taylor, your winner. He goes 480 with a 4, under by 006 for the win. Remember, drivers, you are responsible for keeping track of your own number, whether it is your points number, your X number. If you're double entered, you got to maintain it. We just put in the tower what we see on your car. I want to remind you of that. Coming up now, you got Booty Harris, the 2009 Racetech Dragster, dialed in at a 467. He'll be running up against Chad Duke in the Camaro. Chad dialed 585. Chad Duke, your winner. He's 586 with an 8. Booty Harris is 468, but Booty missed a tree. Chad Duke coming back for round number 2. The 69 Nova of Josh Bess is dialed 579. He'll take on David Brown, looks like wheeling Will Holloman's dragster, dialed 454. The Nova hard leaving 008 at the tree and rose dead on with a 2 of her 10 pack to take out David Brown. Brown 24 green, dead on 7, but in the way. Josh Bess, your winner in the Nova. JT Johnson, that sweet 1962 Nova's dialed 536. Will Holloman and the Chad Duke Wilmington-based dragster dialed 480. Wow, JT's 000 and dead on 9. Ouch. A 9,000s package to a dead on 2 010 12,000s package. So 12 pack was in the way, 9 pack on the win. JT Johnson victorious over Will Holloman. Wow, that's a tough one. Tim Thomas and Robbie Stewart. Robbie Stewart out of Coates, North Carolina. This is the Outlaw 23T Bucket Roadster. Tim Thomas and the Racetech Dragsters dialed 487. Robbie Stewart, 006 the finish line, goes 539, dead on the 539 to send Thomas back to the re-entry window. Troy Cooper. He's in the dragster, dialed 457 out of Midland, Virginia. Is it Midlothian? Midlothian. I got some shorthand here in the tower. Midlothian, Virginia. Derek Yates, 1974 Vega. It says, hey man, Kilroy is here. The Vega dialed 630. The dragster, 21 at the tree, dead on 6. The Vega was 24 at the tree, but cut him loose. Pair of race tech dragsters, Wesley Washington in the left lane, dialed 477. Slightly ahead of Michael Jackson, dialed 475. Washington with the Super Bowl and World Series of Bracket Racing. On board is No Limits Motorsports Dragster. Michael Jackson, the FTI. Coates Racing Engines, Salt Life Tow and Digger. 007 to 005. Jackson, your winner. 005 dead on with the 9. To 007, 1 over. Jackson will advance. Sanders Wolfick, the 1974 Comet, the right time race and entry, dialed 625. Rick Hustwaite out of Stafford, Virginia. That's a 2004 Worthy Dragster, predicting a 477. Dragster 22 better at the tree and getting the wind light. 479 on the 477. Rick Hustwaite is your winner. All right, we're looking for our junior dragster double entries to 5 and 6. Junior dragster doubles to 5 and 6. Junior dragster doubles to 5 and 6, please. Junior dragster doubles to 5 and 6. John Corbin and Lee Dixon. John Corbin's dialed 452. Lee Dixon's dialed 455. .457 on a 455. Lee Dixon's your winner, taking 010 a finish line. .534 the dial in for Demerly. Snyder dialed 450. .452.7 will give Kenny Snyder the win. The Kenny's Automart.net entry. Greg Schoens with a big burnout and a long backup. Schoens dialed 484. The faster of the pairing is going to be Bruce Hensley. Hensley dialed 449. What's bracket racing coming to? These cars are flying. Hensley with the red light start. Greg Schoens, your automatic winner. He goes 485 and a 484 to advance to round number 2. We have called junior dragsters double entries, junior dragsters double entries to the staging lanes, junior dragster double entries to the staging lanes. Jerry Brewer's dialed 464. New arrival going to be Tommy Cable in the Anthony Bertazzi car. This is the Jakes Performance, a Bruzy Racing Transmissions Race Tech Dragster. Brewer is 24 at the tree, dead on 8. Tommy Cable is 19 at the tree, dead on 8. Margin of victory, 004. Tommy Cable, your winner. Junior dragster double entries. Junior dragsters. Anyone that's double entered to the head of the lanes, please. Junior dragster double entries. Head of the lanes, please. Daryl Morrison. Kelly Fenn Taylor. $589.0 on a 588 will give Morris the win over Taylor. She's 473 on a 471. Again, if you want to get a photograph today, please stop on by and see Robert Keene Photos, same-day event photos while you wait. He has pictures from yesterday fully ready to go for you, so stop on by and see Robert Keene Photography at the Red Trailer near the concession area. Chad Trailer, your winner, 447 on a 449. Daryl Cash goes red. We need the balance of junior dragsters. We need the balance of junior dragsters to 5 and 6. The balance of junior dragsters to 5 and 6. $460 and a 458 is Brian Mollison, your winner in the 08 American car over Ethan Watson. $460 again on a 458. Mollison, your winner. Eden Lukart and Eric Whitehurst. Lukart with a definitive advantage at the tree. Can he make it work? Yep. Look at it. 002 dead on 7 for a 9,000ths package. Forces Whitehurst under by 003. Eden Lucard. 00 dead on 7. Jacob Otto and Steve Morgret. I was checking out the graphical decal there for Quantum Flow. Makes you thirsty. If you look at it, it looks like that water's flowing. You want to reach out and touch it. We thank Quantum Flow for their support of Jacob Otto, as well as Insurance Doctor, Auto Sales, and Howard Custom Marine for bringing him to the drag strip today. Steve Morgan's going to do his best to get out ahead of him down 499. Will it be Otto or Morgan? Tower side gets the win, 502 on a 499. It'll be Steve Morgan. Michael George, he's dialed 528, a white dragster, tower side of the facility. Christy Messer out of Four Oaks, North Carolina. She's in her 2013 Horton dragster. Brought to you by Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue. Good. Messer 482, George 528. Messer goes red. 528, Deno with a 5. Michael George, your winner. Chris Sapelka, 491, the dial-in in the red dragster. Gordon Holmes in the 06 Dan Page car tower side. He's dialed 489. Dark cherry, yeah. We're trying to determine what color Gordon Holmes' car is. We know it's pretty, but trying to figure it out. Regardless of the color name, he is the winner. Sapelka red light starts. Holmes 13 green at the tree. Dead on 4 for 17,000's winning run. All of our junior dragsters have been called for the opening round of competition. All of our junior dragsters for round 1 should be in the lanes. Jack Trussell dials 458. He's backing on up. Tony Meltvit, the Stark Financial Advisors Concord Base 23 Alder, dialed 495. Meltvit, 009. And getting the win, 2 above, 497.0 on a 495. It'll be the altered out of Concord, Tony Meltvit. Your next pair of pipe buggies coming to the line now. Out of Petersburg, Virginia, the 2008 Race Tech, Kenny Young, he's dialed 480. Robert Vogler, right lane, out of Louisville, Virginia, the 2006 Race Tech, dialed 452. 10 and 10 at the tree. Your win goes 10 dead on 5. That's Robert Vogler, 10 and 1 above. Kenny Young for the loss. Margin of victory, 0.06 of a second. Kenton Folk, he's dialed 454, comes up against Richard Alford Jr. out of Raleigh. Alfred in a Dean's Performance Power Dragster's dialed 478. Folks 002, Alfred's 006. Alfred's 006 dead on 8, taking 1/1000 for the finish line margin of victory and the win. Still in round number 1 of Top ET, this is your dragster half of the field. Wayne Tinnell, Bruce Hairston. Left lane 470 dialing, goes 474. Right lane gets the win, 476 on a 474 at 143 miles an hour. Bruce Hairston, your victor. Should have all of our junior dragsters in the stage lanes. All of our juniors should be in the lanes as we're continuing on with round number 1 of Top ET dragsters. Kenny Melton and Andy Lloyd. Lloyd, tower side, dialed 489. Will leave first. Melton dialed 465. Lloyd red lights it away. Kenny Melton, your winner, 466. At 148 miles an hour for the win. Brandon Collins in the dragster dialed 472. Dink Holmes in the Camaros dialed 587. .587 dead on with a 0 will allow Dink Holmes to get the win over Brandon Bam Bam Collins. 23 green, dead on 0 for a 23 thousandths run. Wesley Roberts and Bruce Hensley. Roberts in the left lane, he's dialed 474. Hensley 448, the prediction, a pair of beautiful maroon dragsters. Roberts out of Benson, North Carolina, wheeling one of the Robco residential roofing entries. Hensley out of Unionville, Virginia. It's the faster of the two. Roberts 002 and does not fend him off. 023, one above. Bruce Hensley, your winner. Again, Bruce Hensley gets the win over Wesley Roberts. Booty Harris comes up against Michael Jackson. Jackson dialed 475 Tower Lane. Harris dialed 468 this pass. Booty Harris 470 with a 9 on a 468 for the win. The TNT tired entry out of Lumberton is Tim Thomas. He'll come up against Sanson's own Dwayne Allen. Allen dialed 479. .001 for Thomas and a breakout loss. 006 and a breakout win for Dwayne Allen. 477.5 on a 479. Gabe Taylor and Kenny Snyder. Gabe Taylor in a 2009 American Dragster. Snyder in an 03 Race Tech. Taylor dialed 480, Snyder dialed 451. Taylor 005 dead on 9 for a 14,000th winning run. Nice run for Gabe Taylor. Troy Cooper and Dalton Pearsall. The Total Look Dragster, Tower Lane, out 485. Wow, Pearsall's 003, Cooper's 005, but the win goes 005 dead on 1. Here we go again, 005 dead on 1, 6,000th winning package for Troy Cooper. 003 dead on 9, 12 pack and out, Dalton Pearsall. Goodness gracious. 6 to win, 12 is out. Modified re-entry round, Chris Morin, 1X, 68X. Chris Morin on the bye run. Modified re-entry run, Chris Morin on the bye. We need modified re-entry to the lanes. David Brown, Ken Batchelor. Batchelor gets the win. He's 461 on a 458. Tower side of the racetrack is victorious. Modified re-entry, Chris Morin on the bye run. 1X, 68X. Chris Morin, 1X, 68X on the bye run for modified re-entry. Modified re-entry to the lanes, please. Still in round number 1 at Top ET, this is Will Holloman and Wesley Washington. Holloman in the blue dragster, Washington in the Super Bowl of Bracket Racing, World Series of Bracket Racing dragster. 11 and dead on 9 is not good enough, as 18 dead on 0 for Holloman gets the win by 1/1000th. Holloman over Washington by 001. Foot brake re-entry to the lanes. Modified foot brake re-entry to the lanes, Chris Morin on the by run. Modified foot brake re-entry. Again, foot brake, Chris Morin on the by run for re-entry. We only need the re-entry cars. Foot brake re-entry cars to the lanes. Tim Thomas, Jerry Brewer back again. 482 the dial-in for Thomas, 465 the dial-in for Brewer. John Corbin, 452 the dial-in on 2013 Race Tech Dragster out of Waynesboro, Virginia. Michael Beard coming up out of Columbus, Ohio. His 78 Plymouth Volare, or 1980. No, it's Plymouth Volare. It's coming up. Beard dialed 653. Beard off the bottom. Beard's 29 green, Dragster's 008. Beard headed, dead on 4. 008 taking 11th hour stripe will be the Dragster for the win. Again, Beard 29 green, dead on 4. Corbin 008, 453 on a 452, taking 011 a stripe. Now this is going to do it. Steve Witherow, your winner from last night, 10 grander. He's on the buy run. It's Robert Keene's down there ready to snap a good picture of him. Witherow, this dragster out of Summerduck, Virginia, dialed on this single at a 474. This will do it for round number 1 of Top ET. If you are interested in a new dragster, keep in mind, reach out to Steve Witherow. This car is for sale. .005 and dead on 0, 5,000s package on his buy run. Again, I repeat, that car is for sale if you want a good piece of equipment. Witherow rounds out round number 1 of Top ET. So foot brakes in the books, Top ET's in the books, and we are headed to Junior Dragster, brought to you in part by Thornton Motorsports for round number 1. Foot brake, re-entry. Foot brake, re-entry. You should be in the stage lanes. Foot brake, re-entry. You should be in the lanes. Chris Moore on a bye run. Foot brake, re-entry. You should be in the lanes. Cameron Gibson, red light starts. Sierra Yuri, your winner. Sierra's dialed 797, and she runs it out for 795-2 and a victory. AJ Jenkins and Lexi Altadonna. Altadonna 790 breaking out, 796 on the 790. Double O at the tree is AJ Jenkins for the win. Haley Pumphrey and Ryan, how do you say this, John? Ryan. I think if it's Lachey, I do it to that poor kid every week. Or Ryan. I've asked him before, that's the sad part. Ryan, you'll understand the older you get, the more you forget, but then it's okay. I'm to the point where I forget now what I don't remember, so it's all right. So Haley Pumphrey and Ryan Lachey. Might be like Nick Lachey. Red light start for Haley. Ryan, he doesn't mind what you call him as long as you call him a winner. And he is it, 1195, dead on 6. Again, Ryan, your winner, 1195, dead on with a 6. Thanks again to Calvert Kettle Corn. What do we have in the tower today? What kind of samples? Oh, goodness. Cookies and cream, cheese. All I know is that caramel apple one was pretty solid, too. David Light, 794. Nathan Tanner, 893. It's going to be David Light for the win. 798 at 80 miles an hour. David Light over Nathan Tanner. Thanks again to the folks from Calvert Kettle Corn. Remember, you can check them out online. How many flavors are there? There's over 100, isn't it? Over 100. It's a family-based business. It's awesome. Check it out. Support it. Eat away. They can order them. They'll drop ship to you. You can get them in person. You just let them know they're riding around selling it on a golf cart. Calvert Kettle Corn. Purveyors of some of the finest recreational food opportunities known to man. If you pop a kernel and dip it in a really cool covering, it's a win-win right there. Is it technically, is that a vegetable? Does it count as a vegetable? I'm going to go with it. It counts as a vegetable. That's kind of like the theory that chocolate is a vegetable because cocoa is a plant is a vegetable, therefore chocolate is nutritional, I don't know, whatever the way it works. Dalton Hayes, Jordan Dittman. It's like eating a salad, not the same. Breakout on both lanes. Lesser of the two going to be Jordan Dittman. She is 789.8 for the win on a 790 over Dalton Hayes. Eating chocolate is not like eating a salad. It's a plant, right? Uh-huh. Sure thing. Cocoa is a plant, therefore I have had a salad. I tell myself that too. My blood sugar doesn't agree. Justin Blythe, Jacob Matera. Justin Blythe in the left-hand George Mason mortgage lane. The Pertec fluid sides, tower side of the racetrack sees Jacob Matera. This is a 790 to a 793 dial. The Young and Crazy Dragster dialed 793. The Matera entry dialed 790. In foot brake, drivers that are re-entering, please stay with your cars so we can come by and get your re-entry money. So all of our drivers in the re-entry round, please make your way to your cars. Drivers in the re-entry round, please stay with your race vehicles. 008 and 2 over, Justin Blythe, your winner. 795 and a 793. Drivers in the re-entry round, please go to your vehicles and stay there. Drivers with your vehicles, please, so we can collect your money for re-entry. All of our re-entry drivers, please stay with your vehicles in the staging lanes, please. Foot brake, re-entry drivers, stay with your cars. Taylor Dale and Blake Denton is your next pair. Both dialed 792. Dale out of Kinston, North Carolina. Denton out of Lillington. Taylor's 18 years of age. Blake is 15. Final call on modified re-entry. Final call, modified foot brake re-entry. This is your final call. All of our modified foot breakers, you should be with your cars in the lanes as we're working to collect your re-entry money in the staging area. 007 reaction time for Taylor Dale. Nails the tree and gets the win. 007 793. Taylor Dale over Blake Denton. Final call for modified foot brake re-entry. Final call, modified foot brake re-entry. Cora Wilson taking on Kate Hall. 862 on an 860 dial will allow Cora Wilson the round 2. She will come back in round number 2 as Kate Hall is 40 at the tree but breaks out taking the finish line. Cora Wilson, your winner over Kate Hall. I think we should have invited the folks from Calvert Kettle Corn into the chapel service this morning because it was all about temptation, and having that cookies and cream over there is really not helping my whole stability of fending off temptation because I just tasted one kernel and it tastes like a fresh done Oreo, and that's just not right. And so many levels. It's too yum. But I can't. What I did learn this morning is I can't cast blame on them for my inability to walk away from the bag of kettle corn. So I got to take responsibility for myself. It's technically a vegetable. I'm still not convinced that eating chocolate is like eating a salad. Allison Lloyd and Amanda Lee. 790 for Lloyd, 806, but a red light start for Amanda Lee. Allison Lloyd, your winner. She's 030 at the tree and 791 for the victory. We do ask that all of our foot brake modified drivers remain with your vehicles in the staging lanes as we're going through to collect your re-entry. Re-entry drivers in all categories, make sure you stay with your cars. Re-entry drivers, stay with your cars. Re-entry, stay with your cars, please, as we're trying hard to collect your money. Just remember, Robert Keene Photography is set up here. Same-day event photos. While you wait, stop on by and see the red Vintage Outlaw trailer. Robert will dial your rate in. Winner Circle runner-ups last night or down-track shots. He has them all. We'll give them to you while you wait. Cole Harlow and Lewis Crockett. They're coming up now. 790 the dial-in for Harlow. 4 seconds delayed is Lewis Crockett. He's 1190 on the dial-in. I should say 4 seconds ahead. He's not delayed. Harlow's delayed. Lewis is 14 at the tree and 12:35 at the big end. Great reaction time from Mr. Crockett, but 794 on a 790 helps Cole Harlow advance to round number 2. L.J. Lewis Jr. and Philip Whitney. Lewis is dialed 1212. Whitney dialed 890. Philip Whitney with the red light start. Lewis Jr., your winner, goes 1186 with a 7. Whitney 885 on an 890 dial. Still in round number 1, a junior dragster here today. This is Richmond Dragway's 2-day portion of the I-95 series. This is day number 2. The I-95 series is a 4-weekend event, 8-race program. Kicked off the year in Fayetteville, moved to Galat, and now at Richmond Dragway. This is race number 3 of 4. We're halfway home on the weekend. This is round number 1 of the Sunday action of junior dragster eliminations. 11:15 is the dial-in for Lane Morgan, the Anger, North Carolina-based half-scale driver. Kyle Hustwit out of Stafford, Virginia, dialed 864. Kyle, 002, green light start. More than likely it's going to be the Tower Lane. Lifting and getting the win, 869 at 71 miles an hour. Kyle, your victor. Trevor Dalton, 1224, the dial-in. Jenna Cockrell dialed 790. Dalton out of Hanover, Virginia. Says Dalton, 7 years of age. Jenna Cockrell, 791 on a 790 for the win. Trevor had trouble at the tree. Your next pair, 1192, the dial-in for Kenneth Turner Jr. as Austin Rivenbar comes up dialed 834. Turner out in front. Good reaction time for both Turner and Rivenbark. Rivenbark headed for an 834. Can he get there? Yes, he does. 835 with an 8. Turner breaks out 1181.8 for the loss. Connor Shields with a really cool paint scheme. I'm loving that. We're in the process of putting together a junior ourselves, Connor, and want to let you know that's an impressive paint job. Loving it. Ashley Pumphrey coming up out of Waldorf, Maryland, dialed 790. Shields on the 926 prediction. Shields out of Hayes, Virginia. Good ball for Shields. Pumphrey's got her work cut out for her. She gets it, 791 on a 790. Shields breaks out, going 923 with an 8 on a 926 dial. Brooke Harper, Rachel Wise. Rachel, the faster of the pairing, she's dialed 790. Brooke dialed 850. Wise out in front. Dead on with a 6 for the win. Rachel Wise. Here we go for Top ET Door Car re-entry. Top ET Door Car re-entry. Top ET Door Car re-entry to the lanes. Top ET Door Cars re-entry drivers. If you would like to re-enter in Top ET Door Car, we need you to the staging lanes now. Anyone that wants to buy back in the re-entry round, re-entry drivers, re-entry Top ET Door Car re-entry, you have been called to the lanes. Red light start for Austin Hughes. Chris Schoens, your winner. Schoens dialed 893, gets the win, going 887 due to the red light start of Hughes. Top ET Door Cars that are in the re-entry round. Top ET re-entry door cars. Top ET re-entry door cars to the lanes, please. Top ET door car re-entry. Top ET door car re-entry to the lanes. Top ET door car re-entry to the lanes. A.J. Jenkins and Sterling Dixon side by side, 790 to a 792. Dead on with a 9. It's going to be A.J. Jenkins out of Maryland. 034 green light start to an 022. Good job for both A.J. and Sterling, but Jenkins gets the win. We need top ET re-entry door cars, top ET re-entry door cars to the lanes. Top ET re-entry door cars to the lane. We also want to remind you that there is still a raffle ticket opportunity. Stop by and see Mason or Booty Harris. You can get yourself a ticket. They're riding around on the blue golf cart, or go by to their pit area. Mason or Booty Harris can get you a ticket. It's just $100 to enter. The complete 565 cubic inch carbureted engine from Pat Musey will be raffled off. They will be selling 165 tickets. So go see Mason or Booty Harris to get yourself one. Cameron Gibson and Kimberly Messer. It's going to be Gibson 10 at the tree and 799 on the double breakout. Messer 64 at the tree, 784 for the loss. Again, Cameron Gibson over Kimberly Messer. We need re-entry round for top ET door cars. Re-entry round top ET door cars. Back to the lanes, please. Ryan Lachey and L.J. Lewis Jr. Ryan Dodd 1195, LJ Dodd 1190. The win goes over to Ryan Lachey 1181 and 1195. Chad Logan on the buy run, dialed 790. This is your winner, Mr. Hollywood, from last night. .781 out the back door at 83 miles an hour. Logan going to have to slow it down. That's going to do it for round number 1 of Junior Dragster. That is your Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragster category. That is Chad Logan, the last car. Tim Betterton, the 67 Nova, is dialed 622. Takes on Eric Amon in the 72 Camaro out of the Ronnie Roberts Racing Stables. $5.99 a prediction in the orange Camaro. Betterton red lights it away. Eric Amon goes to Brown. He is $5.98.4 on $5.99. He'll make it to round number 3. Next up, you have Scott Macy and Jamie Holston. 659's the dial in for Macy. Holston's dialed 645. A 008 red light start for Scott Macy will end his day on that entry. Holston's 15 green and Holden almost 4, well, 3.5. 641 on a 645. Top ET door car double entries. Top ET door car double entry. Top ET door cars, top ET door cars that are double entered, we need you back for round 2. Any top ET door cars that are double entered, need you back for round 2. Brew dialed 709. Nicole Talbert dialed 695. Nicole breaks out by 001. Brew runs dead on 9 for the win. It'll be the Mustang in the left-hand lane. Top ET door cars that are double entered. Top ET door cars that are double entered. Jerry Tarr, red lights it away. Your win going to be Tim Hawks, 735 on a 733. Daryl Holmes, 646. Adam Vanderslice, 647. Side by side, it's going to be the Beefy Boys left lane. Vanderslice pulling for the blue ovals, right-hand side of the drag strip. Holmes, despite a 15 thousandths advantage, can't get it done. 647, dead on 3. Adam Vanderslice getting the finish line by 003. Jeff Littlepage, Bobby Matera. $10 to a 008. The 008's going to get the win. Taking 10 at the finish line, Bobby Matera, and the Opal will advance. Bill Haskell, Roger Bridges. Haskell's dialed 790, Bridges dialed 609. Top ET door cars that are double entered, you should be in the lanes for round 2. 612 on a 609, going to be Roger Bridges. The 68 Nova gets the win. We need top ET door cars that are double entered. You should be in the staging lanes at this time for round number 2. Red light start for Sammy Jeter. Chris Moore, your winner, 596, dead on 6. We need all of our top ET double enter door cars. Top ET double enter door cars. You should be in the lanes. Gerald Driver and the Driver's Pride Chevrolet Nova takes on Bobby York and that cool 67 CUDA out of Pleasant, North Carolina. Driver's dialed 655. York is predicting a 621 this time. Drivers 10 red. York, your winner goes dead on 621 with a 1. Tony Matera out in front dialed 665. Kevin Pollard dialed 556. Pollard's 006 green and out by 2 thou for the win over Tony Matera. Gary Higginbotham auto sales entry of Jonathan Edwards comes up against Harold Villa, the 72 Chevrolet Love Truck. Edwards is dialed 651 in the Camaro. The pickup's looking for a 598. .028 and 2 over will give the win to Jonathan Edwards. Breaking out for the loss will be the pickup. Tricia Clary, tower side of the drag strip. Her 1984 Camaro's dialed 711 this time. Josh Edwards, the S10, dialed 679. .681 on a 679. Josh Edwards going to pedal his way to a 4,000s finish line and a win. Underneath the hood of this car is just clean and meticulously done and overly impressive, and I'm only going to guess slightly expensive. But John Dunn Jr. comes to the line dialed 597 against Michael Sams in this killer 2010 Camaro dialed 657. LS combination Pro Charger getting it out of Norfolk, Virginia. Oh my, John Dunn's 007 in dead on 3 for a 10-pack sends Michael Sams under for the breakout loss. Barry Eds, the 1980 Malibu, takes on Larry Miller in the Total Foot Care Rod Shop Chevelle. The Malibu's dialed 661, the Chevelle's dialed 590. The Chevelle gets it, 592.5. Eds breaks out in the Malibu. Buddy Mason and Chris Dixon. Mason comes to the line in the 1980 Malibu dialed 613. He'll have to wait as Dixon will be out in front in the Chevy 2 dialed 694. Dixon, your winner, 11 green at the tree and able to cut the finish line down to 26 thousandths. 697 on a 694 will allow Chris Dixon in a Chevy 2 to return for round 3. Ed Talbert dialed 765. Jim Barry in the 80 Le Mans wagon is dialed 786. Talbert out of Woodbine, Maryland. Barry out of Middletown. Jim Barry's 001 at the tree and pedals his way to a 000 finish line to get the win over Ed Talbert. Extremely tight driving at the big end, but nonetheless, the win light comes on. 790 on a 786 for the Le Mans wagon. David Taylor goes red in the 1969 Fairlane. Your win is going to be Chris Weiser, 589.0 on a 587 dial. The Maverick will return. Really, really close. 645 to a 644. Just a tick faster going to be John Combs, tower side of the drag strip in his 87 Buick. Terry Rucker out of Benson, wheeling his 84 Mustang. Rucker 19 thousandths red, 000 red. Right behind him is John Combs, but Combs is your winner. 645.4 on a 644 dial. Round number 2. A foot brake. This is Michael Beard, last night's winner, coming up against Rene Duval. Beard in the 1980 Plymouth Volare, Duval in the 1985 Camaro. Beard dialed 653. He'll be leaving first. Duval will be chasing him down. Beard 9,000 red, Duval red behind him. That's going to end Beard's afternoon in foot brake. He's 652.3. 565 with an 8. Also on a breakout is going to be Duval. Tim Betterton and Steve Withrow. Betterton is your winner, 622 on a 624. Double breakout by 0001 goes to Tim Betterton. Scott Macy out of Randleman, North Carolina. It says Christopher Rainey, I believe. .665 on a 655, going to give Scott Macy the win. Tower side ran off the number. Tim Hawks is dialed 734. John Lattimore dialed 726. Final call for Top ET door cars. Top ET door cars, you should be with us in the lanes. Anyone that is left in round 2. All of our Top ET door cars for round 2, you should be with us. Top ET door cars, round 2, you should be with us. Daryl Holmes and Carlton Thornton. We do have a call out for all Top ET door cars still eligible in competition. All Top ET door cars still eligible in competition should be in the staging lanes at this time. Daryl Holmes and Carlton Thornton, your next pair in foot brake. 675 tower side of the drag strip for Thornton. 646 for Holmes. Carlton Thornton, 003. Can he fend off Daryl Holmes? No. 647 on a 646. Holmes, your winner. Jamie Holston, 645 the dial-in. Seth Phillips, 675 the prediction. The Cuda should be leaving first by 0.3 of a second. The Chevelle right behind him. Phillips, 25 green. Holston, 18 behind him. Holston uses his advantage to get the W. 647 on a 645. Jamie Holston, your winner. Remember, Robert Keene Photography is here and available for you, taking photographs all weekend long. Can produce pictures, same-day style. So stop on by and see Robert Keene Photography, the red trailer near the concession stand. Wesley Roberts takes on Steve Alford. Wesley Roberts, your winner this pair, and he's 602 on a 599. 679 and a 676 for the losing effort will be Alford. Roberts had him on the tree. Wesley was 014 green. Gen 1 Camaro of Tony Matera's dialed in to the 665. Takes on Jeremy Holmes in the 1994 body style, dialed 670. Matera with an advantage at the starting line and the win. 669, 96 miles an hour on a 665 dial, 4 over. Last night's runner-up, Devin Dudley, comes up against Roger Bridges. The 68 Nova dialed 611. The Mustang dialed 642. 002, dead on 9. 11 thousandths package gives Devin Dudley the win. Roger Bridges breaks out trying to get there. Chris Moore and Bobby York. The Dart comes up, dialed 597. The Cuda predicts a 620. We should have all of our top ET door cars. Top ET door cars. You should be in the lanes for the round. Top ET door cars for round 2. You should be in the lanes. 24 green and 2 over will give Chris Moore the win over Bobby York. York's 29 green and cuts him loose, goes 624. Bobby Matera's dialed 577 this time in the Calvert Kettlecorn 70 Opal out of Waldorf, Maryland. Adam Vanderslice in the Mustang out of Chesapeake is dialed 647. .577 dead on 9, Bobby Matera. Richard Alford Jr., Nicole Talbert, 693.8, dead on a 693, going to get Nicole the win. .005, 635 gives the win to Red Goins over Larry Gillum. Gillum's .001 in 4 over. Margin of victory, 7 thou in favor of Dana Red Goins and the Hawk Nova. David Sandridge, 68 Camaro, dialed 588. JT Johnson in a 62 Nova, dialed 536. .003 to a 007. 003 and 2 over gives JT Johnson the win over David Sandridge. Marty Dabney and Jeff Verdi. Verdi dialed 586. Dabney dialed 495. Verdi wastes no time, gets right in. He's dialed 586, hanging tight, waiting. Verdi's 11, Dabney's 31. Jeff Verdi gets the win. He's 588 and a 586, taking 23 straight. If you're headed out of the gate, we want to thank you for coming to Richmond Dragway and being a part of our I-95 Championship Drag Racing Series. Be safe in your travels. Please return very soon. And thank you for coming to Richmond Dragway. Andrew Plotzik And Sean Carpenter, your next pair. The pickup truck dialed 613, but he goes red. Carpenter, the Camaro on the 595, runs it out, goes 593.3. Jesse Betterton dials in at a 606. Derek Yates, the 74 Vega wagon, predicts a 631. Red light start for Betterton. Derek Yates, your winner. He's 15 green, headed on a 31 and lands 2 over, 633.0. Double 05, 2 over, 586. The win goes to Chad Duke with a 588 effort over George Hoff. Matthew Edwards, Josh Bess. Best out 579 this hit in the Nova. Edwards in the 68 Camaro, 637. Bess 579 dead on with a 9, but the 639.0 gives Matthew Edwards the win, 17 green, taking 10th hour stripe. It'll be the Camaro into round 3. Any double-enter dragsters, right? Is that what we're on? Double-enter dragsters. Double-enter dragsters. Top ET, any double-enter dragsters, we need you to the head of the lanes now. Top ET, double-enter dragsters, we need you first. Double-enter dragsters, we need you to the lanes at this time. Dink Holmes, red lights it away. Eric Amon is your winner as he goes 555 with a 2, dead on his 555 dial. Top ET, double-enter dragsters. Top ET, double-enter dragsters back to the lanes. Top ET, double-enter dragsters. Brian Pryor's dialed 490. Sanders Woolfolk, 626. The Comets out in front. The Camaro closing the gap, can't do it. 626, dead on 2, margin of victory 004. It's going to be Sanders Woolfolk going to round 3. Grant dialed in at a 540. Burkett dialed 566. got a Daytona versus a Camaro. Here we go. 17 to an 18. So Albuquerque takes the finish line, breaks out by 2 thou doing it. Grant's going to get the win. 541 on a 540, 17 green at the tree. That was a tight one. A pair of red pickup trucks, Barrett McFadden. McFadden dialed 684. He'll be leaving first. Chad Trailer, 608. (26 to a 28). It's going to be Trailer. McFadden breaks out, taking the finish line. Trailer cuts him loose, goes 614 at 107. Daryl Morris in the stretched Vega, dialed in at 588. Phil Bullock in that cool 66 Chevy 2 Nova wagon, dialed 603 this time. Bullock in the grocery getter. Phil's got 10 in his pocket at the tree, but that's not enough. 589 on a 588. Daryl Morris gets the win by 009. Danny Matera, Leon Wiggins. Wiggins out in front, dialed 640. Matera going to try to close it down in a Camaro, and he does. 567 on a 566. It's Danny Matera out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. Mike Kuntz, I mean, just flying this weekend in Top ET. 472 the dial-in, and that beautiful extended cab S10. Robert Braglin out of Clayton, North Carolina. 579 the dial-in in the Nova. Braglin 6 thou red, Kuntz 003 green, and dead on 7 for a 10-pack. It's nothing like running up against a Top Sportsman truck and he's 10 or better. That stings. We need all entries left in Top ET. Any winning entries left in Top ET for round number 2, you need to be back to the lanes. All Top ET remaining entries to the staging lanes. Top ET, all remaining entries that are in competition to the lanes. Kerry Curling gets the win over Shannon Edmonds. 567 on a 566 dial for Curling. Edmonds is 8 thou red. Bill Haskell, 790 the prediction in the 71 Duster. Bobby Ely, dialed 588. Haskell with the red light. Ely on the win, 587.8 on a 588 dialing out by 002, but it doesn't matter. Danny Bennett, Delton Harefield. The Chevelle out in front, 20 green ahead of the 48 Anglia. It's going to be the Chevelle. 564 and a 560 dial. The 66 Chevelle coming back. All call for top BT. This is an all call for top BT. Any remaining cars for round 2, you need to be in the lanes. Dragsters or door car, this is an all call for round 2. .585 on a 582. Rodney Edwards gets the win over Nathan Lilly. Jesse Lockhart, 645, the dial-in in the extended cab, little hoopty truck. Eric Bradby, 565 in the Mustang. Lockhart, 008, Bradby, 010 at the tree. Mustang gets it. Pickup truck breaks out by 4,000. Last call for all of the top ET cars left in competition for round 2. Last call for you. Ed Talbert and Mark Crump. Talbert out of Woodbine, Maryland. Mark Crump. Crump's 23. Talbert was 27, but Talbert goes dead on 7 for the win. Reminder that your t-shirts are available at the bottom of the tower. Event t-shirts are available at the base of the tower. You better hurry up. They're going fast. They're getting limited on size, scope, and color. Swing on down. T-shirts are going like hotcakes at IHOP on a Friday morning, if you know what I'm saying. So swing on down and get yourself a t-shirt. You want to memorialize this weekend in your attendance here. Been there, done that, won it, have the t-shirt. So if you're predicting on going to the finals tonight, swing on down, get yourself a shirt, because you want it your size. You don't want the Chris Farley effect when you need an XL and you're in a medium. 588 on a 591, the double, on the breakout I should say, as Bruce Hairston goes red. David Sandridge, your winner. As he runs it out, it's a good time to get a time run if you know what I'm saying. Sandridge is 008. Patrick Cassidy, the 72 Mach 1, takes on Gerald Gammon. Gammon in the Total Chaos Camaro. Camaro's red. Cassidy, your winner, 683 on a 680. The 66 Nova of Mike Shields comes up now, dialed 584. Ronnie Horwath in the 68 Camaro's got 563. Ronnie, again, congratulations on the cleanest numbers of the weekend. 007 headed for a 563, goes 1 over 564. Horwath, your winner. Kevin Pollard, the 72 Love Truck, takes on Smokey Ellis. Ellis with the red light. Pollard, your winner. Dial to 555. He goes 554 with a 9. So dial triple nickel. He goes out by 000. So nearly dead on. Kevin Pollard set on kill. Kent Sessom in the 1990 Camaros dialed 539. Sean Carpenter dialed 594. Sessom dead on 9, despite having trouble in the water box. That thing's killer. 539.9 on a 539 will give Kent Sessoms the win over Sean Carpenter, who's breaking out 592 with a 9 on his 594. While it's quiet, want to remind you, T-shirts still remain available for sale at the base of the tower. Stop on by and see us. We'll be happy to get you an event shirt here for the I-95 Series event at Richmond Dragway. Tim Thomas has dialed 481. Joshua Best dialed 579. The dragster out of Lumberton, North Carolina. Door cars 18 and dead on with a 1 for the win. The dragsters 008 and 482 with a 5 for the loss. Taking 3,000 finish line going to be Joshua Best. .480 the dial-in for Gabe Taylor out of Elizabethtown. He's taking on David Brown and Will Holloman's dragster. Brown dialed 457 this hit. .28-34, Taylor with the advantage. And the win light, 481.0 on a 481. Going to give it over to Gabe Taylor as David Brown breaks out by 2 thousandths. Robbie Stewart dialed 539. That is the Outlaw 23T out of Coates, North Carolina. Takes on Rick Hustwaite out of Stafford, Virginia. The 04 Worthy car dialed 477. Hustwaite's 004 and 478 with a 5, taking 5 thousandths of finish line to end Robbie Stewart's day. Stewart's 008 and 1 over. It was not good enough. Man, Robbie Stewart's been driving great all week, and that's just a tough round to lose right there. Troy Cooper, 457 the dial-in. He won all kinds of stuff yesterday in the raffling. He's just left and right, winning, winning, winning. Tom Cable dialed 460 in the Bertozzi car. Cable's got him on the tree by 10, uses it to get the win light by 3 thou. Tommy Cable 462.5 on a 462. Tower side is your winner. John Corbin's dialed 453 as Ken Batchelor comes up to the tree, dialed 471. Trip zip reaction time for John Corbin. Can he get the win light with it? Yes. 455.9 on a 453. Batchelor was 15 and 1.5 over. 3 thousandths margin of victory to John Corbin. Greg Shones and Kelly Taylor. Shones, he's dialed 485, and he's 007. Taylor was on the 71 prediction in 016. 16 dead on 7 is not good enough. How about 007 dead on 0? So a 7th thou package is the winning run for Greg Shones. 16 dead on 7 is no good. 23 thousandths is the losing package. Goodness gracious. Next up, Will Holloman and Michael George. Michael George is dialed 528 on this hit. It's a 1994 dragster. Will Holloman behind the wheel of Chad Duke's car. 480 the prediction for Holloman. Will Holloman 16 dead on 4 for a 20 pack, taking 11th thou finish line over Michael George, who was 25 and dead on 6. Eden Lucard, 5 flat the prediction. Pearsall a little bit quicker, dialed 485 in the total look dragster. Red light start for Eden Lucard. Your winner going to be Dalton Pearsall. He heads down dead on 0. 485 on his 485. Next up is Booty Harris and Gordon Holmes. Booty Harris still selling tickets. You can go see Booty or Mason. Get yourself a ticket. They are riding around on the blue golf cart. $100 to enter. Gets you a chance to win a complete 565 from Pat Musey. 1,000 horsepower, carb to pan, a bunch of other stuff. $500 to Lucas to the winner. $500 to second and third. Cash prizes. Again, only $100 per ticket. Stop on by and see Mason or Booty Harris for an opportunity to win a Pat Musey 565. 469 the dial in for Harris. 489, 2/10 slower was going to be Gordon Holmes leaving first. $17 green, dead on 5, gives the win over to Gordon Holmes. Booty Harris cuts him loose. He's 13 and pedals his way back, but Holmes gets inside it. .002 red for Eric Whitehurst. Kenny Melton, your winner. 466 the dial, but he goes under by 2. Matters not. 464-0 for Melton. Prepares him for round number 3. Jerry Brewer's dialed 464 this time as Robert Vogler comes up, dialed 452. Brewer in the left-hand lane, Vogler in the right lane. .464, dead on 8. Jerry Brewer over Robert Vogler on that pair as we continue in round number 2 of Top ET. Kenny Young, Andy Lloyd. Dead on 5, Kenny Young. Dead on 9, Andy Lloyd. Young, your winner by 0.005 of a second. Brian Mullison, Mike Jackson. 462. Jackson dialed 477. Brian Mollison, your winner, 468, lifting. So Kent Folks dialed 454. Lee Dixon's dialed 455. Lee Dixon, your winner, 456 on a 455. Taking 007 to strike. Jack Trussell, Steve Witherow. Red light start for Trussell. Witherow, your winner, going to go 472.2 out the back door at 138 miles an hour. Jason Overstreet, Chad Trailer coming up now. Overstreet in the door car, Trailer in the dragster. Chad's dialed 448 this hit. Flying, man, just fly in. Junior dragster double entries back to the lanes. Any juniors that are double entered, we need you back to the lanes right now. A pair of 11 lights. Chad on the breakout. Jason with the win, 607.7. versus a 447.1. Double breakout under by 002 gives the win to Jason Overstreet. Trailer was under by 008. Brandon Bam Bam Collins dials 473 this hit. Wesley Washington looking for a 479. Collins 16, Washington 17. Washington, your winner on the double breakout. Collins takes 6th out finish line, goes under by 007. Washington, your winner, under by 002. Red light start for Steve Margaret. Gabe Taylor, your winner, 480, dead on 3. Troy Cooper and Kenny Snyder. Cooper dials 458, Snyder dialed 451. Kenny's Automart out in front, gets the win. 008, one above, 452, and a 451 will be Snyder. Double 08 and 479, dead on 2, gives Richard Alford Jr. the win over Bruce Hensley. Alford again, 008, dead on 2 for a 10-pack to send Hensley back to the trailer. We do have a call out for all junior dragsters. We had the double entry junior dragsters up front. Now we need our junior dragster cars back to the lanes. Our winners, we need you back to the lanes. Junior dragster doubles, you should be at the head of the lanes. Again, junior dragster doubles, you should be at the head of the lanes. Bruce Hairston dialed 476. Chad Duke has just been beautiful this weekend with that car, man. I think it's leaving right, chipping away at the dragsters. Can he hold off another one? Yes, he does. He goes 586 with a 5 on a 585. 478 on a 476 is not good enough for Hairston. Chad Duke, 21 and 1.5 over, taking 5th hour stripe. Your next pair's got Tim Thomas and Tony Melvitt. Melvitt in the Start Financial Advisors Incorporated, 23 Aldred out of Concord, North Carolina. Comes up against Thomas out of Lumberton. The dragsters dial 488. The Alder dipping into the 4-second zone now. Had been fluttering around a 5 flat. Now 496 the prediction. Tim Thomas going to get the win, 491 on a 488, taking 009 a stripe. Ken Batchelor, David Brown coming up now, 459 to a 457. Brown goes red. Batchelor, your winner, 57 with a 4 out the back door at 100.5. We're moving on through. This is round number 2 of Top ET. This is the dragster portion of our field, as you can tell if you're watching at home with us at MotorManiaTV.com. Our junior dragsters, you have been called for round number 2. Junior dragsters, round number 2, you should be in the lanes with us. Juniors, you should be in the lanes. All double entries should be at the head of the lane. Next up, John Corbin and Dwayne Allen. Allen dialed 478, tower side of the drag strip out of Sandston. Corbin out of Waynesboro dialed 454. He's in the left lane. Corbin with the red light start. Allen, your winner, headed on the 478, goes under by 004, 141.5 mile an hour. He's ready for round number 3 now. holding up, waiting for our double entries to get back and suited up. And we're still rolling with Top ET. Again, we're waiting on our double entrants to make their way into the water box. We're nearly complete with round number 2 of our Top ET 10 grand to win category, Junior Dragsters. The Thornton Motorsports sponsored category will be coming out next. Remember, Thornton Motorsports, specializing in junior dragster parts and modifications. Again, if you hadn't heard about it, we have information available for you at the bottom of the tower at the t-shirt area for the Dashing Through the Dough December 1 through 4 event. $100K a day to win, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You heard me right, $100K a day to win. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, just $9.99 to enter for the weekend, only accepting 400 entries. That's going to be held in Eastern North Carolina at Galat Motorsports Park in Benson, NC. Final call, Junior Dragsters. Final call for Junior Dragsters. Again, final call for Junior Dragsters round 2 as we're preparing to finish up our Top ET category. Final call for Junior Dragsters round 2. By the way, I don't miss that. Will Holloman, JT Johnson, coming up now. The dragster dialed 480. That's Chad Dukes right out of Wilmington. JT in that super cool Nova, sitting on a 537. When you hear Will Holloman lifting, it's not a good sign if you're in the other lane. Holloman's 11 at the tree, dead on 9, getting the W. JT dead on 8, but he was 37 green. AJ Jenkins is dialed 790 as Ryan Lachey's dialed 1190. T-shirts are available for sale at the base of the tower. Don't forget to get yourself a 995 series shirt before they are gone. .801 lifting on a 790 dial. Jenkins, your winner over Lachey. A set of heads up 790 dials. This is Ashley Pumphrey and Lexi Altadonna. Red light start for Pumphrey. Altadonna, your winner. Lexi was 39 green and goes dead on with a 6. A good run for the Chester, Virginia camp. Anyone that is double entered in modified foot brake, we need any of our double entry cars that are still left back to the lanes at this time. If you are still double entered in foot brake in round 3, we need you back to the lanes now. Foot brake double entries, modified foot brake double entries, back to the lanes, please. Double entries and foot brake back to the lanes. Cameron Gibson and Chris Shones. Shones is dialed 890 out of Petersburg, Virginia. Gibson dialed 804. Jones can't get it done. 11 green at the tree and goes 902. Gibson, your winner. 806 on an 804. Congrats to Cameron Gibson. Good driving job to Chris Jones, but 25 thousandths, the finish line gives the win over to left lane. Foot brake or modified, if you are still double entered in the bottom category, if you're double entered at the bottom, we need you back to the lanes at this time. Foot brake modified drivers, any double entries that are left in foot brake, we need you back to the lanes at this time for round 3. LJ Lewis out in front, dialed 1193. Sierra Yuri trying to close the gap, 795 the dial in. Sierra's able to lift and get the win. 805 on a 795. Sierra Yuri, Tower Side, is your winner. Taylor Dale, 792 the dial in a left lane. Blake Denton, 790. Now Taylor and Blake seem to run each other more locally, come all the way here to Richmond Dragway and are paired up. 792 for Dale, 790 for Denton. Blake Denton, the Capital Marble. Total bath remodeling entry goes red. Dale, your winner. That's a rare occurrence for Blake Denton. 793 and a 792. Taylor Dale, your winner. Last call for double entered modified. Last call for double entered foot breakers. This is your last call if you're double entered in foot brake. Last call for any double entries in foot brake. You should be in the stage lanes. Last call for double entered foot brake to the lanes. Last call, double entered foot breakers, double entered foot breakers. Last call. Cora Wilson's dialed 860. Kimberly Messer out of Four Oaks is dialed 790. Messer with the reaction time advantage. Wilson out in front. Messer lifts, goes 803 and a 790, gets the W. Final call for foot brake double entries. Final call for any foot brake or modified double entries to the lanes. Now we need the balance of our bottom ball burst. So if you are a foot brake modified winner, we need you back to the lanes. Any of our foot brake modified winners, we need you back to the lanes for round number 3. Foot brake modified winners, we need you back to the lanes, please. David Light and Rachel Wise. Rachel Wise, your winner. She's 794.0 on a 790. David Light, 798. Kate Hall, she's dialed 890 as Nathan Tanner's dialed 892. Tanner with an advantage at the tree out in front. Tanner, if he can pedal it, does so and gets the win. 893.8 on an 892. Tower side, your winner. $790 on the double breakout. I'm sorry, $790. Red light start for Chad Logan gives Justin Blythe the win. $790 with a 1, didn't matter on the breakout. So Blythe, your winner out of Sedley, Virginia. Your next pair is Allison Lloyd and Jenna Cockrell. Heads up, 790 run. Pre-staged up. Lloyd in the left lane, Cockrell in the right lane. Red light start for Allison. Jenna Cockrell, your winner. She'll produce a fast 782 with a 3 at 83, almost 84 miles an hour. We have called all of our foot brake back to lanes for round 3, all of our foot brake for round 3.
Jordan Dedman, Cole Harlow here. Off the Thornton Motorsports starting line, top end Harlow, 793 for the win light. 793 the losing run. Harlow was 26 on the tree and off to round number 3. Final call, modified round number 3 coming up. Modified to the staging lanes. It's the next pair of juniors. Kenneth Turner Jr. here, 1190 on the board on the George Mason Mortgage Lane. Connor Shields coming up. Shields Racing Thornton Construction and AED Performance Jr. on the 923 on the Pertex side of the racetrack. We start winding down their junior dragster round number 2 action. "31 cars came in. We'll be down to the final 16 here in junior dragster. Heading to the top end. Turner, the winner, 1194 on 1190. And a 935, the losing run for Connor Shields. Next pair coming up here. The Whitney team, Philip Whitney on an 890, and A.J. Jenkins out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. Dials in at a 790 dial on the George Mason Mortgage Lane in juniors. Modified winners to lanes 3 and 4. Modified winners, lanes 3 and 4. Modified winners, you should be back in the lanes. Modified winners back in the lanes. Great reaction times, both sides of the track. Whitney out front. Here comes Jenkins chasing. Top end, Jenkins. A couple of whaps of the throttle and a 793 takes the win light. A.J. Jenkins was 004 on the tree. Philip Whitney, a respectable 24 bulb and an 894. Just can't get it done here in round number 2 of junior dragster. The next pair come out of the box. And up to the line, it's Austin Rivenbark out of Dover, North Carolina, 834, and L.J. Lewis, 1199 for the Lewis Racing Jr. on the George Mason Mortgage side. Lewis and Rivenbark come off the Thornton Motorsports starting line, top end. Lewis runs 1199, dead on 4. Rivenbark runs 838 on an 834. And LJ moving to round number 3. Sterling Page Dixon coming up here, 8 flat on the board. On the Pertex side, and Ryan Leckie coming up out of Moyock, North Carolina, 1190 over there on the George Mason Mortgage Lane. Final call here from Modified. Final call here from Modified winners. You should be into 3 and 4. Final call, Modified winners. You should be in 3 and 4. By run for the next round of top ET is John Corbin. Car number 1456, dragster John Corbin. You're on the by run for the next round of top. 1456, John Corbin on the by run. Red light start for Sterling Page, and Ryan goes 1198 for the win. $11.99 or $7.99 rather. The losing run for Sterling Page. Kyle Hustaway coming up. Stafford, Virginia. $8.63 the dial. For the young man here on the Pertex side of the racetrack. Last junior for round number 2. This will be the last car in round number 2. Modified's coming back, and we need first call out for double entry door slammers. Top ET, double entry door slammers to the staging lanes. Top ET, double entry door slammers to the staging lanes. Door slammers that are double entered in top, need you to the staging lanes, please. Double entered door slammers to the lanes, please. Hustaway coming off. 85 bulb, 870 on a 63 dial, 75 miles an hour, taking the round win. So that gives us 16 cars left here in the next round of Junior Dragster. The I-95 Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway moving into round number 3 for race number 6 in the championship chase of the I-95 Drag Racing Series. Once again, that's door car doubles in top ET to lanes 5 and 6. Door car doubles in top ET, lanes 5 and 6, please. Door car doubles in top ET to 5 and 6. Here we go, round number 3 of Modified rolling up. I-95 Championship Drag Racing Series here at Richmond Dragway. And doubled door cars, final call, doubled door cars. Need you to lanes 5 and 6, doubled door cars. Top ET, doubled door cars, 5 and 6. Top ET, doubled door cars. You should be heading to the staging lanes. Brew coming up out of Shannon, North Carolina. The Mustang on a 710 dial-in. Eric Amon out of Clinton, North Carolina. 6 flat on the board for the Ronnie Roberts race team here on the Pertex side of the racetrack. Double entered door cars. Final call. Double entered door cars in top. Now we need top ET door cars. The rest of the door cars in top. Door cars in top. So Mustang and Chevy here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Clean and green launch. Going to be a great little drag race here. 00 both sides of the track. And Brew going 1 over for the win. Eric running 1 under on the 003 start. And unfortunately can't hold on for the win light. John Lattimore coming up. George Mason Mortgage Lane. And Jamie Holston. 645 the dial here on the Pertex side. He is one of the doubled entered entries. .648 takes the win line for Holston. Lattimore runs 725 on a 26. Holston was 005 on the tree. Chris Weiser coming up. Lingham, Virginia. The Maverick on a 588. Bobby Matera out of Waldorf, Maryland. The Opal for the Calvert Kettlecorn team, a 577 dial. The Maverick and the Opal here.
Jonathan Edwards out of Ashland, Virginia, left lane, 6:51 to dial in, takes on Chris Mooring. Mooring in his Dodge Dart, 597. Side by side, top end, Mooring, 597 on a 597, 650 on a 651, Edwards, too quick. Darrell Holmes, the Beefy Boys, Buick, a 646 dial in, taking on Adam Vanderslice, Mustang, 648. A 649 on a 648. Vanderslice moves on in foot brake. Darrell Holmes with a 645 on a 646. Too quick. Josh Edwards brings up his S10 left lane, 675 the dial in to take on Kevin Pollard, the Love Truck, 555. Pollard bows out with a red light. Josh Edwards moves on with a 675 and 98 miles an hour. John Dunn Jr. bringing up his Chevy Camaro, 597 the dial in to take on Roger Bridges. Chevy Nova, Bridges on a 609. Dunn taking it with a 599 on a 597. This Bridges run 611 on a 609. Tim Betterton out of Gretna, Virginia. Chevy Nova 622. And it's Tim Hawks out of Baltimore, Maryland. The Cougar rides on a 734. Betterton with a 625 on a 622, good for the win. Hawks runs a 738 on a 734. Scott Macy out of Randlewood, North Carolina. The Dodge Coronet, 659 to dial in, and it's Chris Dixon from Roxborough, North Carolina. The Chevy 2 riding on a 697. Macy giving it up with a red light as Dixon takes the win, 699 at 95 miles an hour. We're missing Robinson Matura, I believe, for foot brake. Need you to the staging lanes immediately. We're almost finished. Devin Dudley, a 642 in the Mustang, and Larry Miller, the Total Foot Care Chevy, 590. Miller with a 592 on a 590, good for the win. Dudley runs a 642 on a 642. Jamie Holston in the Chevy Chevelle, a 646, taking on Nicole Talbert. The S10 pickup rides on a 693. We need double entry dragsters. Double entry dragsters. Need you to the staging lanes. Holston, 644 for the win, 103 miles an hour. Talbot on the red light, 694 at 105. Renee Duval bringing up her Chevy Camaro. Attention in the pit area. Adam Vanderslice in need of a four-lug tire. Adam Vanderslice in need of a four-lug tire. If you can help him out, please report to race control. Thank you. 568 on the 564. Duval picking up the win. Combs runs a 645 on a 644. Tony Matera out of Mechanicsville, Maryland, 666 in the Chevy Camaro. And it's Bobby York out of Pleasant, North Carolina, 622 in the Cuda. York leaves the red light. Matera moving on. 663 for the win, 101 mile an hour. 621 at 109 for Bobby York. Double enter dragsters need you to the staging lanes. Double enter dragsters need you to the staging lane. Down for just a few moments as we waited on the double entered foot brake cars. They already made a run. They hustled to get back so we can finish out this round. final call going out now for double entered dragsters. You should be in the staging lanes. Double entered dragsters. You should be in the staging lanes. As Bobby Matera brings up the Calvert Kettle Corn Opal. 577 the dial in. Takes on Chris Morin. Morin riding on a 598 in the Dodge Dart. .577 on a 577. The Kettle Corn moving on. Morin runs 597 on a 598. Too quick. Wesley Roberts Camaro 599. And Jim Berry, the Pontiac Le Mans 786.
Jim Berry gets the win over Wesley Roberts. Adam Vanderslice is in need of a 4-lug Mustang tire, so it looks like a 4-lug Ford bolt pattern. I don't know if that's a tire and wheel. I'm assuming so. So I believe Adam Vanderslice is in need of something on a 4-lug Ford bolt pattern, wheel and tire. Adam Vanderslice in need of a 4-lug bolt pattern. Final call on dragster doubles. Final call on double entered dragsters for top ET. Any dragster still in this round of eliminations, we need you back for top ET dragsters. Top ET dragsters, you should be on your way to the lanes right now. So top ET dragsters, we need you on your way to the lanes at this time. Danny Matera dialed 566 in the Calvert Kettle Corn Camaro. Eric Bradby dialed 565 side by side. 002 reaction time and 2 over gives Danny Matera the win. Bradby is 008 and 4 over. We have called all of our top ET dragsters, back to the lanes. Top ET dragsters back to the lanes for this round. Top ET dragsters back to the lanes.
Yes. No, he didn't. He won. So the first 3 pair of top ET this round, this third round, first 3 pair of top ET for this third round. We had you in the wrong category, which would have cut off crosstalk and all kinds of issues. So we will have to rerun Goins versus Sessoms, Edwards versus Verdi, Kunst and Yates, Mike Kunst and Derek Yates. So it will be Goins and Sessoms, Edwards and Verdi, and Mike Kunst and Derek Yates. Those 3 runs we will have to rerun here in the third round of Top ET. Inadvertently left you in the wrong category and would have had crosstalk off.
Ed Talbert and Sean Carpenter are coming up to the tree now. 766 to dial in for Ed Talbert out of Woodbine, Maryland. That's an 83 S10. Sean Carpenter, the 68 Camaro. That's Sean's Body Shop and powder coating from the Elm City-based ride. Talbert is 2000 red. Carpenter, your automatic winner. He's dialed 94, produces a 93 with a 4. Under by 006, but it doesn't matter. Sean Carpenter coming back for the next round. This is round number 3 of Top ET. If you're tuning in with us at MotorManiaTV.com across the land. Again, this is round number 3 of Top ET. David Sandridge, the 68 Camaro, the white car, dials in at a 588. Ronnie Horwath out of Bunker Hill, West Virginia, dials in at a 565. Sandridge is 14 green and 589 for the win on a 588. It'll be the left-hand lane as Ronnie Horwath breaks out, taking the finish line. Eric Amon, the 1977 Nova, dials in at a 556 this pass as Sanders Wolfick and the Comet are dialed in at a 626. This is a 74 Comet and a 77 Malibu Nova. Eric Amon is 005. Sanders in trouble. Yep. 005, one above, taking 18th out finish line. Going to put the Ronnie Roberts Racing, Clinton, North Carolina driver into round number 4. Eric Amon, 005, one over for the win. Next up, you got Daryl Morris in the stretched Vega and Bobby Ely in the 62 Chevy 2. Darrell with the red light start. Bobby Ely gets the automatic nod and a 586.6 out the back door at 115. Ely, your winner. JT Johnson is a 62 Nova. Patrick Cassidy is a 72 Mach 1. 683 is the dial-in for Patrick Cassidy. JT Johnson dialed 538 on that killer-looking slammed white Nova. .006 for both drivers and a dead-on 7 pack for JT Johnson. Under by 007 is Cassidy. JT Johnson, 006, dead-on with a 7 for a 13,000th winning run. Jason Overstreet dialed into the 608 in the loose change entry. Delton Harefield dialed 560 in the yellow Chevelle. Chevelle's 12 at the tree, and a 67 on a 60 for the win. Delton Harefield will advance over Jason Overstreet. Again, we do need Dana Goins and Kent Sessoms, Jay Edwards and Jeff Verdi, D. Yates and Mike Coons back to the lanes for this round of Top ET. Again, we need Goins, Sessoms, Edwards, Verdi, Yates, and Kuntz back to the lanes for a rerun. Joshua Bess, Kevin Pollard coming up now. Bess is 11 red. Pollard, your winner, goes 554 with a 2 on a 555 dial. Pollard was 003 red 2. But Bess was red first, 579 versus that 555 dial. So Kevin Pollard, your winner. Will Holloman's dialed 480 this time in the dragsters. He takes on Chad Traylor. Traylor coming up in his pickup truck. Looks for a 611. Wow. Double breakout win goes to Will Holloman. He's 479.6. Traylor is 609 with a 2 on a 611. Holloman goes to the next round. A final call for our top ET dragsters for round number 3. Final call for any of our top ET cars that still remain in round number 3. Final call for our top ET cars that remain in this round. We do need back Dana Goins, Kent Sessoms, Jay Edwards, Jeff Verdi, D. Yates, and Mike Kuntz. We do have a call out now for Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragsters. Thornton Motorsports, our junior dragster cars, back to the lanes, please. Any of our junior dragsters that are in round number 3, we need you back to the lanes. I believe A.J. Jenkins, car number 102. A.J. Jenkins is on the bye. We need all of our junior dragsters back to the lanes. Junior dragsters, please. Gabe Taylor and Tommy Cable. Cable's 004 dead on 5 for a 9,000s package to get the win over Taylor. Tommy Cable, tower side of the drag strip, your winner. Greg Schoens out of Petersburg, Virginia, the 2004 Race Techs, dialed in at a 485 on this hit. Ken Batchelor out of Leland, North Carolina, pings his 2012 American Race Cars Dragster on a 458. Batchelor 003 and a 459. He gets the win, taking 6th thou of finish line again. Ken Batchelor over Greg Schoen. Junior dragsters back to the lanes. Junior dragsters back to the lanes. You have been called. Junior dragsters, there should be 16 of you. Junior dragsters back to the lanes, please. Jerry Brewer dialed 464. He's in the left-hand lane, sponsored by George Mason Mortgage. The right-hand lane at this facility is a PerTech Fluid System sponsored side of the drag strip. That's where you see Gordon Holmes bringing his 06 page car to the line. Holmes red lights it away. Jerry Brewer 14 green and dead on 7. 21 pack gives Jerry Brewer the win light. Next pair is Tim Thomas, dialed 488 out of Lumberton. Lee Dixon out of Crestfield, Virginia, dialed 456. Tim Thomas, your winner, dead on with a 9. Breaking out by 001 is going to be Dixon. So Tim Thomas, 488, dead on 9 for the win. Richard Alford Jr. out of the capital city, Raleigh, North Carolina, taking on a Wesley Washington. Alford red lights it away by 002. Washington 475 with the 2, runs it out the back door at 143 miles an hour. Brian Mollison, Dalton Pearsall. Pearsall out in front, down 485, trying to hold off. Mollison can't do it. Dead on with an 8. Brian's going to get the win. 460 on a 460, taking 4th out of finish line. It'll be the Stafford, Virginia American Dragster of Brian Mollison. T-shirts remain for sale at the base of the tower. Again, I-95 event T-shirts are for sale at the base of the tower. Stop on by and see Anthony and Stacy Walton. Again, I-95 Championship Drag Racing T-shirts are available for sale at the base of the tower. Kenny Young and Steve Witherow, your next pair of top ET dragsters. Your 2011 track champ in the left-hand lane. Last night's event winner here, tower side. Young dialed 480, Witherow 474. 005 and out by 000. Kenny Young loses to a 20 dead-on 0 package from Steve Witherow. One was under by 0008. One was on 0008. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Junior dragsters for round number 3 to the staging lanes, please. Juniors, we need you to the lanes. Kenny Melton, your winner. He goes 10 at the tree, 465 to take out Chad Duke, who breaks out at the line. We need Edwards. We need Edwards back to the lanes. X42, Jay Edwards back to the lanes. X42, please. We need Jay Edwards back to the staging lanes at this time. X42. X42. Jay Edwards back to the lanes, please. I-95 Championship Drag Racing Series T-shirts are available for sale. Going soon. They are available at the base of the tower. Stop by the tent. See Anthony and Stacy Walton, and they'll sell you a T-shirt or 2 or 3. If you want to buy 4, they're going to draw the line. They don't want you to overdo it. You're allowed to buy up to 3. They're embargoing them. I don't think that's the right use of the verb. We have a couple of runs left. We have Dana Goins versus Kent Sessoms, Jay Edwards versus Jeff Verdi, D. Yates versus Mike Kuntz, and then we'll continue on in a junior dragster. Junior dragsters coming out shortly. Again, junior dragsters will be coming out shortly. If you are headed out of the facility, we want to thank you for coming to Richmond Dragway for the 3rd stop on the I-95 Championship Drag Racing Series. Remind you that we have one more event, October 8th through the 9th. That weekend will be held in Dinwiddie, Virginia at the Virginia Motorsports Complex. So again, we will be running one more event in Dinwiddie, October 8th and the 9th. You are invited. It's $10,000 a day to win top ET, $5,000 in foot brake, $300 to win junior drag. So that is our 4th stop on our 4-race series program. We'll hopefully wrap up our points series then and be able to crown a champion. We'll know who's leading coming into that event. So we highly, highly encourage you to be safe traveling home. And remember, 3 weeks from this weekend, we'll be back in Dinwiddie for race number 4 of the I-95 Championship Series. Will Holloman on the 480 dial. And Chad Duke's dragster, Dwayne Allen, 478. Uh-oh. Looks like Dwayne's taking his gloves off and looking to be pushed back. So Will Holloman's going to get a competition single. So Will Holloman dialed 480 on this hit. And he goes 480 dead on 1 at 142.5 miles an hour. Two more in the water as we're carrying on with Top ET round number 3. Any of the double entries in modified foot brake, if you are double entered in modified foot brake, we need you back to the lanes for round 4. Anyone that is double entered in foot brake in modified, we need you back to the lanes. Any modified double entries, we need you back for round 4. There's 15 cars, I believe, coming back. Matera on the bye, 2x62. Matera on the bye, 2x62. At the tree, you've got John Corbin, dialed 453. Gabe Taylor, 481. Got a Race Tech car in the left lane and American Dragster in the right side. Corbin with 12 at the tree and the wind light. He goes 0-12, 1 above. Taylor takes 2 thousandths of finish line, breaks out 2 thousandths doing it. Red Goins and Kent Sessoms. Red Goins is 008, headed for 633 and lands on a winning 634.2. Takes 9 thousandths of finish line. Man, Red Goins was on fire last week. He's tearing it up again today. That 72 Nova is doing a good job in the month of September. Matthew Edwards, Jeff Verdi. The Gary Higginbotham Auto Sales 68 Camaro taking on Jeff Verdi in the Top Gun 68 Pontiac Firebird. We need the rest of modified foot brake. We need the balance of modified foot brake. We need all 15 cars in modified foot brake back to the lanes. Edwards, your winner. He's 13 at the tree, taking 000 finish line, 638.8 on a 637 dial. Mike Kuntz is dialed 472. Derek Yates dialed 632. We need the balance of foot brake, back to the lanes. Your winner going to be 632 dead on 2, Derek Yates, the 74 Vega. Junior Dragsters, round number 3. AJ Jenkins, Sierra Yuri, 790 to a 797 dial. $790 for Jenkins, $797 for Grandma's Little Angel. Bunch of ripping going on at the big end. $795 on a $790. AJ Jenkins gets the win. AJ was 51 green. Yuri was right there, 62, but goes 806 on a 797 dial. Taylor Dale, Jenna Cockrell, 792 to a 790. Dale in the left lane, Cockrell in the right lane. Good reaction times out of both drivers. Breakout in the right lane win going to beat Taylor Dale, 793 on her 792. 24 green light at the tree sends her into round number 4. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Have some Calvert kettle corn, Junior. Justin Blythe, Kimberly Messer at the tree now. Heads up, 790 on the pairing. Blythe out of Sedley, Virginia. Messer all the way from Four Oaks, North Carolina. She's a good 2.5 hours plus from the house. Messer 798 on the 790. She gets the win, taking 4T at finish line. Your next pair of junior dragsters has Kenneth Turner Jr. dialed 1190. Nathan Tanner dialed 894. Turner racing on board Kenneth's ride. The Joker for Nathan Tanner. Turner pre-staged. Tanner in. Green light for both drivers. Tanner having trouble. He gets on over. Left-hand lane, going to get to the finish line. 1196 for the win, going to be Kenneth Turner Jr. Nathan Tanner, unfortunately, having trouble. Has to click it off, but like a very seasoned driver, gets to the wall. Excellent job for Nathan Tanner, knowing what to do. We'll go ahead and push Nathan Tanner back. Unfortunate, or pull him down, either or. It is unfortunate for Tanner. Again, on that pairing, Kenneth Turner Jr. going to be your winner. We have called all of our modified foot breakers, all of our foot breakers back to the lanes for round number 4. All of our foot breakers should be back to the lanes for round number 4. We're starting to move right along, so drivers, make sure you're staying fueled up and cooled down. All of our foot brakes should be back to the lanes. Foot brakes should be back to the lanes. All right, we're clear. We'll be back underway here. So it's unfortunate for Nathan. Nathan's rolling to the big end, and as soon as he gets off the top side of the drag strip, we'll be back underway with Cole Harlow and Rachel Wise. Want to remind you that T-shirts are available for sale at the base of the tower. Make sure you stop on by and get your I-95 Championship Drag Racing Series shirts before you roll out of here. If you're headed on out, please be safe in your travels. Know that we've had an exceptional weekend welcoming you to our facility and our family here at Richmond Dragway. We are glad you are with us. Come back real soon, but don't forget, we're back to Virginia Motorsports Park in Dinwiddie, October 8th and 9th for the 4th stop on the I-95 Series Corridor of Cash. We will crown our champions that weekend because it is race number 7 and 8 of the 8-race series. So make sure you remember to log your calendar 3 weeks from this weekend and join us in Dinwiddie, October 8th and 9th for stop number 4. Heads up, 790 pairing. You got Harlow and Wise coming to the line now. Harlow on a Ruther. Is it Ruther? What's my shorthand? Ruther what? Ferd? Ruther Glen. Cole Harlow on a Ruther Glen. Red light start for Harlow. Wise going to get the nod into round number 4. Rachel's 22 green. Top side, she's going to go. Hey, woo, holding a couple, 782. So Rachel Wise, your winner on that pairing. Cole Harlow, a little bit too soon, 14th hour red. LJ Lewis Jr., 1198 the prediction. Hanging tight. LJ holding on. Kyle Hustwhite, 870. We have called all of our foot brake category cars. There should be all 15 of you back to the lanes. We need all 15 foot breakers to the lanes. Lewis and the Lewis Racing entries rolling on a clean and green. Kyle going to hustle down there. Tower side of the drag strip with an advantage. Is he going to rip the throttle? 876 on an 870 going to be Kyle Hustwhite, your winner out of Stafford, Virginia. 69 miles an hour. Nice job to LJ Lewis and the entire Lewis Racing team this weekend. $790 the dial in for A.J. Jenkins out of Mechanicsville, Maryland. The 2010 half-scale car, Ryan Lachey. Dialed 1193. Lachey coming up in the Pertec fluid system side of the drag strip. Will be leaving first. The green light start for Ryan. Oh man, A.J. the lumberjack. 001 chopping it down. AJ, great job. 001 reaction time for Jenkins. 797 off the throttle for the win. 1205 for Ryan, but man, AJ made it very, very difficult with a near perfect 001 bulb. Foot brake, you'll be coming out next. Foot brake, round number 4. Matera on the bye run. Foot brake coming out next. Top ET, please listen up. Will Holloman. You're the last remaining double entry, so Will, if you can come to the staging lanes early, we'd appreciate it. This is the first call for Top ET. We're asking Will Holloman to come to the head of the line as you are doubled up. Will Holloman and the balance of Top ET to the lanes. But Will, if you can do us a favor, my friend, we would greatly appreciate if you came to the head of staging at this time. Will Holloman, we're looking for you on your first entry in Top ET and the balance of the category behind Mr. Holloman. There's 25 cars remaining. Matera on the buy in Top ET as well. Matera on a buy in top. 1X87. 1X87 on the buy in Top ET. Will Holloman, the last man double entered. So Will, if you can come to the head of the lanes, my friend, that would be greatly appreciated. Square-bodied S10 truck of Josh Edwards comes to the line now, dialed 676. Bobby Matera out of Waldorf, 577. That's the Calvert kettle corn. Goodness gracious, that stuff is just delectable. Thank you to the Calvert kettle corn folks for overfeeding us here in the tower all weekend and selling some great products. Remember, if you're logged online at MotorManiaTV.com, go to Calvert kettle corn and search them out. You can order their product and have it drop shipped in. 1/1000 red for Edwards. Bobby Matera, your winner, goes 577, dead on 9. It's starting to get real, ladies and gentlemen. Starting to get real. John Dunn Jr., 597, a prediction in the 72 Camaro. Vanderslice, he was looking a 4-lug something or other for a Ford product. Hopefully he found it. Adam dialed 649. Adam Vanderslice, 12th red. John Dunn Jr. gets the win, dead on with a 9, 597 on a 597. Dunn advances to the round of 8. Brew bringing it up. The red Fox body, dialed 710. Jamie Holston hanging tight. Holston made famous on the shirt, so I'm assuming that if there's any shirts left, Holston's going to buy a whole boatload of them. We need the balance of Top ET. Top ET for round number 4. Top ET for round number 4. D. Matera, 1X87 on the buy run. Holston dialed 646. .711 on a 710. Brew gets the best of Holston, out by 1/1000th. The Chevelle is done on that entry. Next up, Tim Betterton, Chris Dixon. Betterton in the left-hand lane. I did it again, left lane. Trying to cut out my words. I'm not trying to do a better job. Left lane, right lane for Dixon. Betterton in the black car. Dixon in the maroon ride. 699 the dial-in for Dixon. Betterton 622. Red light starts for Chris Dixon by 3,000. 636 is the winning number for Tim Betterton. Rene Duval, 566, the dial-in in the 1985 Camaro. Chris Marin, the 68 Dodge, hanging tough. 597, the dial-in for Marin. Chris, 3,000 red. Your winner, Rene Duval, 573 at 121. Larry Miller in the Sandston-based Total Foot Care Rod Shop Chevelle takes on Tony Matera. The 68 Camaro Dow 663 will be leaving first. Miller red lights it away. Matera, your winner, goes 665-0 at 101 mile an hour. All of Top ET should be with us in the stage lanes. Top ET, you should be with us in the lanes. All of Top ET, you should be with us in the lanes. Remember, t-shirts are available. Concession window's still open. Better go get yourself something before they shut her down. The concessions are open. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Ice cold Pepsi products are available. And if you haven't stopped down to see Robert Keane photography, you need to do that before you roll. So all your pictures from the weekend, winner circles, runner-ups, down track, those kind of things, Robert Keane has them. Same day event photos are here while you wait. Go visit Robert Keane. He's around. Make a couple of brief announcements reminding you that if you have not purchased a ticket, Mason or Booty Harris has a ticket available with your name on it. Just $100 will get you an entry to win a 565 Pat Musey complete motor, 1,000 horse, carb to pan, the top-notch internals handpicked by Pat Musey himself. So stop by and see Mason or Booty. They'll hook you up. $100 a ticket. They're selling only as long as the minimum's reached. That's $165. They're over 100 tickets sold. A couple more to go. 165 tickets will net you an opportunity. This engine normally sells for $18,000. That's $17,999. You can get it for just $100. $100 gets you an opportunity to win. In addition to the motor, you'll also get $500 of Lucas Oil products. The second and third place drawing, second and third place people will get $500 each. Now, if you pay $100 and you get into that and you win a brand new motor, and you want to put that motor in your car and you want to go win $100,000, you can do so the weekend of December 1st through 4th. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, that's the first weekend in December, make your way to Galat Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina for $100,000 a day to win, 20 to runner up, 5,000 in the semifinals. 400 entries will be taken. They have pre-sold well into the mid-350s and they're headed to 400. So you better get yourself an entry before they are gone. Again, only accepting 400 pre-entries. If you want to grab yourself information, say the flyer or general details, you can do so online. Go to GalatMotorsportsPark.com or friend them on Facebook. If you'd like a printed flyer so that you can plan and attack and figure out how you're going to spend your money, you can stop down and see Anthony. I'm pretty sure he'll help you out either with a printed flyer or give you a direct link to the data online. That's Dashing Through the Dough, December 1st through 4th at Galat Motorsports Park. $100,000 a day to win. And remember, if you're at home tuned in, you can always call 919-894-1662. The pre-reg. Jump online to GalatMotorsports.com. I think we have to finish up modified drivers. We have a couple left in modified. We're trying to get down the direction. Hey, Will, hang tight, Will. We're going to get you. Hey, Chad Duke, what we're going to do is allow him to run because he's double entered to get him cooled off. Okay, man, we're doing what we can here to help you guys all out and keep the system flowing. So we do appreciate your patience as we got Will Holloman coming into the water, taking on Bobby Ely. We're down. This is round 4 top ET. So for those of you tuning in at home, we still have a couple more to run in foot brake, but we're going to switch over to top ET to run this first pair because the driver in the left-hand lane, Will Holloman, is still double entered at 25 cars. So Holloman wheeling the Wilmington, North Carolina-based dragster owned by Chad Duke. He's dialed 480 on this pair. Bobby Ely, 586. It's a Suffolk-based 62 Chevy 2. Both of these guys have been winners already in 2016. Ely is 16, Holloman 11, and breaking out 586 dead on 7 is going to be Bobby Ely for the win. Will Holloman under by 007. Again, Holloman was the better at the tree, but breaks out taking the straight. Okay, so this pair will identify the end of our round 4 modified. We have a bye run coming up behind him. Jamie Holston, the 72 Chevelle, still has one opportunity left as Jim Barry in the 80 Le Mans comes up against him. The Le Mans is dialed 787. That's a 2-door wagon. Two-door wagon dialed 787. Holston on the 646. Oh, and Jim Barry with the red-eye start. Holston 006. How close to the 646? Ooh, he's holding a few. 641.4. Holston runs it out to get a baseline. He's 104 mile an hour. This will be your bye run for foot brake. None other than Bobby Matera. The 1970 Opel out of Waldorf, Maryland, brought to you in part by Calvert Kettle-Corn. We need junior dragsters to lane number 1 for your pairings. Junior dragsters to lane number 1 for your pairing. Matera 001, green light start, headed to the 77, lands dead on with a 2. How about a nice 3-pack for Bobby Matera and the 70 Opel? Kerry Curling and Sean Carpenter as we come back into top ET. This is for 10 grand on the line. Curling, the 72 Duster. Carpenter, the body shop and powder coating owner by trade. Trip zips for Sean Carpenter. Trip zips 1 over. 595, 0 and a 594. Carpenter forces Curling out by 002. Margin at the finish line was 1/1000. Goodness gracious, a 10-pack by Sean Carpenter, making it very tough on Kerry Curling. Eric Amon driving for Ronnie Roberts, racing the Triple R Robco Residential Roofing 1977 Nova out of Clinton, North Carolina. This is a Benton-based ride. Takes on Steve Witherow, the Summer Duck Virginian. Summer Duck was the big winner here last night. Witherow 474 on this dial, looking to win another 10 grand here today. This car is for sale. Remember, you can go from spectator to driver. Man, Witherow wants to double up. He's 007. 75 with a 2 is not good enough. Triple nickel dead on 0. Eric Amon with a 002 finish line says, I'm Eric Amon. I'm in a door car. Here I am. Wow. Good job for Eric. Great run for Steve. Just wasn't good enough. Eric Amon, 002 margin. Red Eye Star for Goins. Your winner going to be Derek Yates, 632, dead on 7. Are you catching the pattern? Dead on 0, dead on 7. Derek Yates, your winner this time. A pair of dead on 7s. Goins, too soon. Matthew Edwards in the burn box coming up against Tommy Cable. Cable done the burnout already in the Anthony Bertazzi ride. Anthony's car helped out by Jags, Biondo, Abruzzi Racing Transmissions, and it looks like Race Tech. You can usually tell by the stickers closer to the top. Cable's dialed in at a 461. Edwards dialed in at a 636. The winners of this round will be down plus or minus 13 cars. Junior dragsters, you have been called. Thornton Motorsports Junior dragsters, you have been called for pairings to lane number 1. Cable, double 02 red. He was getting after it. 6 thou green, dead on with a 3 for a 9 packs. Matthew Edwards, that Camaro is on kill. Wow. Grant in the Daytona. Harefield in the 66 Chevelle. The Chevelle's dialed 560. Daytona's dialed 538. Chevelle, your winner, 562 on a 560. Delton Harefield will go to the round of 13. If there are any of our junior dragsters left in the pits, we need you to the stage lanes for pairings at this time. We're looking for all 8 junior dragsters. JT Johnson, 17 at the tree and can't get it done. 20, dead on 2 is Kenny Melton, the dragster, for the win. Again, 20, dead on 2, 465 and a 465. Kenny Melton is your winner. Next up, you got Jerry Brewer, still hanging tough in that Lumberton-based 2013 undercover car. Kenny Snyder, 2003 Race Tech. This is the Kenny's Automart.net backed entry. A 464 dial-in for Brewer, 451 for Snyder. Taking their time, getting on in. Kenny Snyder's pit team going crazy. 450 with a 5 on a 451. Snyder's going to make it. Brewer was 008 red. Right behind him, 002 red was Snyder. David Sandridge and Kevin Pollard. Pollard on the 555 dial, faster of the two here, running off the bottom. 589 the dial in for Sandridge. Again, I repeat, Pollard still in, running on the bottom. Still gets it. 557 on a triple nickel dial, and going to be Kevin Pollard in the love truck. 0005 breakout for David Sandridge. Brian Mollison and Ken Batchelor. 460 to a 457. Red light start for Brian. Ken Batchelor's 13 green, 1 over for a 23 pack and a win light. Wesley Washington hanging tough in the No Limit Motorsports Super Bowl of Bracket Racing World Series of Bracket Racing Dragster. John Corbin dialed 453, the faster of the pairing. Washington tower side of the dragster, 475. $17 to an 18. Washington, your winner. He's 17 dead on 5, taking 13th thou finish line. Corbin is 18 and sends him loose. Next pair, Will Holloman and Tim Thomas. Tim Thomas is dialed 488. Will Holloman dialed 479. .002 for Holloman and a dead-on 8 for a 10-pack win light. Calvert Kettle Corn, 68 Camaro. I'll go to dinner with you. I'm hanging out. I'm good to go. I'm here for the long haul, you guys. Matera 567, the dialing goes 569. That's going to do it for that round of Top ET. Danny Matera. A.J. Jenkins and Kimberly Messer coming to the line now in Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragsters. We are down to the final 8 cars in this category. Jenkins on the 790, Messer on the 790. Red light start for Kimberly Messer as she goes 789.5. Your win going to be A.J. Jenkins. 036 green light starting a dead-on 790 with a 2. They have those cars running so consistent. It's uncanny. Taylor Dale and Rachel Wise coming up now. 790 for Wise, 792 for Dale. As they're staging up, we want to go ahead and recognize AED Competition for their support of AED's performance starting line area at the water box, Thornton Motorsports starting line, as this is Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragster supported category right here, specializing in all things junior dragster parts and modifications. That's Thornton Motorsports. We need modified foot breakers back to the lanes for pairing. Modified foot breakers. We need you back to the lane number 1 for pairing. Modified foot breakers, we need you back to the lanes. Rachel Wise gets the win as Taylor Dale goes red. Rachel 785 with a 3 at 83 miles an hour. We need modified foot brake back to the lanes. Modified foot brake, please, back to the lanes. Modified foot brake back to the lanes, please. We got one more junior on their way back in the double entry. I believe it's Jenkins, right? We are looking for modified foot brake back to the lanes. Modified foot brake back to the lanes. You're down to 8. Modified foot brake down to 8. Kenneth Turner Jr. goes red. Kyle Hustwit, your winner. 868 for Kyle's the dial, and he runs 866 with an 8. So Kyle's coming back to the round of 4. We're waiting on A.J. Jenkins to make their way back. Modified foot breakers. Modified foot breakers. Come on back. We're looking for 8 of you. Concessions are open, so if you're going to get yourself something to eat or drink, we recommend that you go do so now. The concession stand's still open. Go grab yourself something to eat or drink here this afternoon before they shut down. Ice cold Pepsi products. Swing on over. They'll help you right out. Fun Times Concession and Water Ice look like they're still ready to help you out, so they're also available. Fun Time Concession and Water Ice. Come on, be nice. Take the kids on over. You know you want to. Modified. We need modified foot brake back to the lanes, modified foot brake back to the lanes for your quarterfinal action. Modified foot brake back to the lanes for your quarterfinal action. Thirteen drivers and top eliminator remain. Carpenter should be on the bye at that round, DX14. Carpenter, Sean Carpenter, DX14. Looks like you are on the bye, Sean, at 13 cars for top ET. Please be advised, Sean Carpenter on the bye at 13 cars, DX14. We do need all of our foot breakers back, Mr. Keene, if you'll allow me, I'll go get that jump drive. We'll grab some pictures and download them right now, if Johnny will let me do that, so I'll go ahead and take care of that. We have called all of our foot breakers. We're waiting on a junior to come back, and top ET, Sean Carpenter, you're on the bye.
Last run here for junior dragster. This will be round number 4. The last pair for junior round 4. Pulling up here. Top ET, come on in 5 and 6. Top ET 5 and 6. Next round of racing coming up in top ET. 13 cars come in. Work it down to the final 7. And this is the final pair of junior dragsters for 4th round. Had Mr. Jenkins with 2 entries at 8 cars, so had to give him a second to get back around. He does it. He comes up over here on the George Mason Mortgage side, a 790 dial-in. And Alexi Aldana here, 790 on the Pertec lane. Jenkins has already won with one of his entries. So we're going to try to see if he can get 2 cars down to 4. That's his objective. Lexi's objective is to get to 4. So junior dragster round number 4. This is the quarter semifinal round, and this is the final pair of cars here for the quarter semis. 8 cars came in. We're headed down to the final 4. We've got modified load in the lanes. We do have one doubled driver in modified as well. Matera is in with 2 entries with 8 cars left. And top ET, lanes 5 and 6. A.J. Jenkins turning it red. So just 1 entry left for him as Lexi Aldana going 789, 82 miles an hour. A.J. goes 28 red and runs 792, a good pass for him over on the George Mason side. So that finishes junior dragster for the quarter semi round. Got 8 cars left here in modified ET. This will be their quarter semi round. So here we go, modified ET, 8 cars left. Working this one down to the final 4. Fifth round here, modified round number 5. The Opal of Bobby Matera out of Waldorf, Maryland, double entered here, 577 on the board on the the Pertec side. Renee Duval out of Ashland, Virginia, 568 on the Pertec lane. We need top ET back to 5 and 6. Top ET back to 5 and 6. Matera and Duvall launch off the Thornton Construction starting line and top in. Matera 79, 2 over for the win light. Duvall goes 75 on a 68. She had the reaction time advantage but couldn't hold on for the win light. And Matera with one entry heading to the Final Four there. Here's Brew Brew coming up. George Mason Mortgage signed the Mustang on a 710, and John Dunn Jr., the J. Dunn Construction Chevy Camaro, dialing it in here on the Pertec lane at a 597. Ford Mustang and Chevy Camaro here on the Thornton Motorsports starting line. Got Bobby Matera through with his first entry. He's going to come back around to make one more run. He'll have Holston with his second entry. And we need Top ET. Top ET should be into lanes 5 and 6. Round number 5 and Top ET coming up. Launching off and marching out, it is done. 599 on a 597, taking the win light. 711, one over for Brew. Out of here, round number 5. Tony Matera trying to give us a couple of Materas with 4 cars left. He's facing Tim Betterton here out of Gretna, Virginia. The cool little Nova, 636 dial on the George Mason lane, and Matera's Camaro, 665 on the Pertec side. Tony trying to get there with Bobby. He's trying to hold off Betterton and does. Betterton clicks through for a breakout, a 35 on a 36, and Matera goes 55 dead on 5, headed to the semifinals. So now on hold here for Bobby Matera to get back. He has a battle royale with Jamie Holston. That will bring us towards the end of modified, round number 5. Top ET, round number 5 coming into the lanes. 13 cars left for the round. And I believe we're probably getting close to having them all back. Looks like they are. They are all back. Mr. Matera, take your time down there for just a quick second. We're going to run Top ET here, and then we'll come back and pick you up to finish modified. So here come Top ET, round number 5. Mr. Matera is going to splash some fuel in it and come on back. I'm sure he'll be heading this way. In the meantime, we're going to knock out this round number 5 of Top ET. 13 cars come in. Will give us down to the final 7 in top.
Round number 5, Top ET coming at you. 10 grand on the line here at Richmond Dragway. The Thornton Motorsports starting line getting ready to heat up as the competition is getting intense. Your next pair of drivers is Will Holloman, a 2004 undercover race car owned by Chad Duke, driven by Will Holloman. He hails out of Four Oaks, North Carolina. Bobby Ely out of Suffolk, Virginia. This 62 Chevy 2 has already won one of these races. Holloman's been a big winner already this year. These two side by side vying to get to the next round. Bobby Ely 006 in dead on 6 for a 12-pack, taking 13th out of finish line, sends Will Holloman back to the trailer despite his dead on with an 8 at 143 miles an hour. Bobby Ely, your winner over Will Holloman. Eric Amon and Derek Yates Eric Amon driving for Ronnie Roberts. This is the Triple R Robco Residential 77 Nova. Eric Amon calls Clinton, North Carolina home. This car calls Benson, NC home. This is a Johnston County team dialed triple nickel 555. Derek Yates looking for the 632 in the war-style Chevrolet Vega wagon. Yates, 14 green. Eric Amon, 009. And breaking out by less, Eric Amon, 554 with a 9 on a 555 dial-in. Yates, 631.8 on a 632. What a tight race. Eric Amon over Derek Yates. Next up, Danny Matera. The Matera family doing extremely well here today. 68 Camaro dialed in at a 569, but he goes red. Delton Harefield will put that 66 Chevelle into the next round. 557 with a 5 for Delton. Next pairing is Matthew Edwards, the 68 Camaro. The Edwards brother racing. Gary Higginbotham Auto Sales backed entry takes on Kenny Snyder. It's a battle of the Automarts, if you will. Gary Higginbotham Auto Sales and Kenny's Automart.net. Edwards dialed 636. Snyder on a 450 dial-in the dragster. You're watching day number 2, getting into the short rows at Richmond Dragway of the 10 grand to win. Top ET class, this is round number 5. 13 cars started. There will be 7 remaining. Right now, it's Matthew Edwards and Kenny Snyder. A pair of Virginia-based drivers. Edwards 26 at the tree, Snyder 35. It's going to be Matthew Edwards by 29 thousandths. 637 on a 636. Snyder goes 53 on a 50. So Matthew Edwards and that 68 Camaro will be back for the semifinal, or quarterfinals, I should say, quarterfinals. Kenny Melton, Kevin Pollard. Kevin Pollard, the last remaining bottom bulber in this class, I should say. 556 on the bottom. Pollard has been wearing out delay box cars all summer long. Already a winner of a 50 grander, I believe. Kevin Pollard wants to add a 10 to his resume this summer. My goodness. Pollard 009 and a 558 and a 556. Pollard, your winner over Kenny Melton, who was 5 thou red. Wesley Washington dials 475. He'll come up against Ken Batchelor. The Race Tech in lane number 1, the American Dragster lane 2. Batchelor, your winner, 007 and a 459, one above, taking 12 at the stripe. It's going to be Ken Batchelor over Wesley Washington. Sean Carpenter on the single here, the 590 dial-in of the 68 Camaro out of Elm City, North Carolina. Brought to you by Sean's Body Shop and Fabrication Center and Powder Coating as well, I believe. Sean's Body Shop and Powder Coating. We need junior dragsters back to lane 1. Junior dragsters back to lane 1. Carpenter in the Camaro goes 594 with a Ford, 114. We need junior dragsters. Junior dragsters back to lane 1. All right, those of you at home with us, that will do it for round number 5 of Top ET. We have winnowed it down to 7 drivers. Winnowed it down to 7. There's 7 left in top. Should be 4 left in modified, foot brake, and 4 in junior. Way down to 4 in junior. Down to 4 in junior. Semi-final round of junior dragster, semi-final round of foot brake, and quarter-final round of Top ET remain. Bobby Ely on the bye run. Round 6 of Top ET. Bobby Ely in the Chevy 2. Bobby Ely will be on the bye run at round number 6 for Top ET. Bobby Ely. Round number 6 will be on the bye. Here we go with foot brake. Bobby Matera and Jamie Holston coming up to the tree. The 70 Opel dialed in at a 578. Holston in the 72 Chevelle dialed 645. .006 dead on with an 8. Bobby Matera 14 packs it up against Jamie Holston to get the win. My goodness. Wow. Bobby Matera on fire here tonight. Jamie Holston 39 green and respectable 1 over, but when your opponent is 006 on the bottom and dead on 8, makes it pretty hard. Semifinals of Thornton Motorsports Junior Dragster. Coming up to the line right now, you have 14-year-old Stafford, Virginian, Kyle Hustwit, dialed 866. 15 years of age, this is Lexi Altadonna out of Chester. She's dialed 790. Kyle, he's out in front. And she gets the win. 792 on a 790. Kyle could not cover the 866 prediction despite his stellar 027 reaction time. Lexi Altadonna, she's going to the big show. AJ Jenkins is dialed in at 790. That's a 2010 half-scale car. Rachel Wise, also 790. This will be a heads-up run. I believe she's in a 2012 motivational car. Wise out of Ashland, Virginia. Jenkins out of Maryland. Rachel all over the tree. Jenkins right behind her. Rachel's 38 green, 792 for the win with a 6. Looks like Rachel Wise is going to have lane choice in the final round. No. Wouldn't Kyle have it? Oh, right. Yep. My bad. Looking at the reactions, not the overall package, probably. I apologize there. It will be Rachel with lane choice over Lexi. Again, Rachel with lane choice over Lexi. We hear the noise. They're sending them up. We're down to 7 in top ET. We're down to 4, but one of them, unfortunately, has to run himself at 4 cars. So we are down to 4 in modified, down to 7 in top, and 2 in junior. Ronnie Roberts race and entry of Eric Amon brings it up in the left lane. Eric Amon styled 554. Matthew Edwards styled 636. Amon wheeling the 1977 Nova. The Robco residential-backed Ronnie Roberts race and entry out of Benson, North Carolina. He takes on Matthew Edwards, the 68 Camaro. Gary Higginbotham Auto Sales, Mechanicsville, Virginia sponsored Edwards Brother Racing 1968 Hot Rod. Edwards dialed 636. Eric sitting on a 554. Edwards 10 at the tree, Amon 24. It's going to be Matthew Edwards 10, dead on 3, a 13 thousandths package. Eric Amon put up a valiant effort. He took 000 finish line and broke out 10 thou trying to do it. Great job to Eric Amon this weekend and Matthew Edwards for advancing to the round of 4. Next, you got Sean Carpenter. He's dialed 593, the Elm City-based 68 Camaro. Sean's body shop and powder coating entry takes on Ken Batchelor out of Leland. The 2012 American car dialed 457. Uh-oh, Ken Batchelor's in trouble. But he works out to his advantage. How about this? Carpenter's 21 at the tree breaks out by 8 thou. Batchelor's 43 at the tree goes out by 7 thou. Ken Batchelor got the round he needed right there. On the double breakout, it'll be Ken Batchelor by 1/1000th difference. How about this? A heads-up run between the 66 Chevelle off the top, the 72 Love Truck off the bottom, 558 the dial-in for Delton Harefield, and the same dial-in for Kevin Pollard. Harefield with a huge advantage and a win light. Harefield's 007 and 559 for the win. Kevin Pollard dead on 1, but he missed the tree. Delton Harefield goes to 4 in the yellow 66 Chevelle. Bobby Ely, the 62 Chevy 2, has already won one of these. Wants to be a winner again. 586 to dial and goes 587 with the 6. That is your quarterfinal round. That is your quarterfinal round of Top Eliminator, Top ET, 10 grand to win. So Bobby Ely keeps the deuce in. 66 Chevelles left. We're rolling. Modified foot brake entries now down to 4, but the other Matera must run himself. And so it's going to be potentially an all-Matera final. We'll let you know here. John Dunn Jr. dialed 597. That's the 72 Camaro. Tony Matera in the 68 Camaro dialed 664. .664, dead on with a 1. It'll be Tony Matera in the final round to come up and meet the Calvert Kettle Corn Matera Opal. Bobby Matera has to run himself. He's down to 4 cars on 2 entries, so he's going to get a semifinal finish and a winner or runner-up, one or the other. What a great job for Bobby Matera, driving himself all the way down to 4 and 2 entries. And so it'll be Bobby versus Tony in the final round here. The Waldorf, Maryland native, the Mechanicsville, Maryland native in the final round. The Opal versus the Camaro. Bobby's going to have lane choice. He's 12 green at the tree and runs, 77.9. Nearly perfect on his dial-in, so it'll be Bobby versus Tony Matera in the final round of foot brake. Great job to John Dunn Jr. So Bobby gets semifinal money and some winner runner-up cash too. Lexi Altadonna out of Chesterfield. Is it Chesterfield? Chesterfield, Virginia. She's dialed in the 790. Rachel Wise also 790. This is a heads-up battle. Lexi brings it up in the George Mason Mortgage Lane. Wise, she's wheeling it in the Pertec Fluid System sponsored side of the drag strip. Lexi, 15 years of age. Rachel, 17. Good green light start for both Lexi and Rachel. Lexi with the advantage and the win light. She's 36 and 792. Dead on with a 1. Rachel Wise, your runner-up. Again, Lexi was 36 green at the tree, 792, taking 7th thou of finish line. Congratulations to Lexi Altadonna and her Chesterfield, Virginia-based 2004 half-scale car. Congratulations to Rachel Wise on her Ashland, Virginia-based entry and her runner-up here today. 3 door cars, 1 dragster remains. Coming to the line, the 1966 Chevelle and the Dragster. The Chevelle is being driven by Delton Harefield. 558 the dial-in. Ken Batchelor out of Leland, North Carolina. The 2012 American Race Cars Dragster. That is a Travis Colangelo, Mark Horton combination. Dialed 456 for Batchelor. Harefield 007 again, and dead on one, 8th package. It's going to be the 66 Chevelle. Believe it or not, that guy has been 007, 007, 007 like a Xerox copy machine. Wow. Delton Harefield has to feel good going into the final round in that 66 Chevelle. Bobby Ely, the 62 Chevy 2, dialed in at a stellar 586. He'll be spotting Matthew Edwards, who's leaving with a 636 prediction in the 1968 Camaro. The Gary Higginbotham Auto Sales entry, Edwards Brother Racing, will be leaving first. $19 green for Bobby, $17 green for Matthew. 17 dead on zero. Matthew Edwards gets it. Taking 11th out finish line. Perfect on the dial. 17 at the tree. Great run. It's going to be Matthew Edwards and Delton Harefield in the final round. Camaro v. Chevelle. Chevelle with lane choice. Again, Delton Harefield with lane choice in your final round as he takes on Matthew Edwards. Final round of eliminations in modified foot brake. It's an all Matera final. Tony Matera versus Bobby Matera. Tony wheeling the 68 Camaro, dials in at a 663. He'll be leaving first. 578 is the prediction for Bobby, and the Calvert Kettle Corn 70 Opal. Bobby was down to 4 cars, had to run himself with the semi to get here. $24 green for Tony, $37 for Bobby. The win's going to go to Tony Matera. 24 and a 664 and a 663. Margin of victory, 4 thousandths. 4 thousandths of a second for Tony Matera over Bobby. Congratulations, Bobby. I want you to know how proud we are of you for navigating 2 entries all the way down to 4 cars in an extremely tough category. That is just a huge accomplishment. Way to go on your runner-up. Dead on with a 5. Margin of victory, 0-0-4 in favor of Tony Matera. All that remains is the final round of Top ET to crown who will go home with our $10,000. As I understand it, both of the cars that are left were junior dragster drivers. So that is cool to know. I'm coming out of the ranks of the junior dragsters, coming into the big car world and in their first 10K payday here today. We're looking forward to that final here shortly. This is the final of the night, final of the weekend, and our last reminder to go 3 weeks from today to Virginia Motorsports Park with us as the I-95 Championship Drag Racing Series goes to Dinwiddie, Virginia for stop number 4. So thank you to Fayetteville Motorsports Park, now Fayetteville Dragway, Galat Motorsports Park, Richmond Dragway, and lastly, Virginia Motorsports Park for hosting us at 4 great weekends, 8 different races, 10 grand a day to win in Top ET. Let us crown the winner of race number 6 here momentarily. Delton Harefield III, dialed in at a 558, and that good-looking Slam 66 Chevelle taking on Matthew Edwards, the 68 Camaro, dialed 636. This is a Gary Higginbotham Auto Sales backed entry. Edwards Brother Racing, tower side of the drag strip, should be leaving first. The Chevelle's 004. And dead on 6 for a 10,000s package. Congrats to Delton Harefield III. He was 007, 007, 004 in the final. Matthew Edwards with a great run. He's 35 and under by 2. But Delton Harefield III, the Richmond Virginian with the 66 Chevelle, is our big winner here tonight. So congrats. Congrats, congrats. Thank you all for coming. It's been an exceptional weekend. We're glad to have you. We hope to see you soon back here at Richmond Dragway. And if our traveling tour sees you, we'll be happy to catch you at Dinwiddie in 3 weeks, October 8th and 9th. You all be safe. We pray for traveling mercies, and we hope to catch you on the tour again real soon.